All right, well, I'm going to say good evening, members of council and certainly administration and our delegations this evening, and those who are certainly streaming from the comfort of your home. Welcome to our public meeting this evening. I'm prepared to call the meeting to order. Roll call, all members of council are present. To the members, any disclosure of pecuniary interest on the agenda is presented to you this evening. I hear none, so we'll have that reflected in the minutes by the clerk's office. Introduction of the meeting this evening is the purpose of the special meeting of council is to hear from the town's consultants on the proposed multi-use recreational trail on Riverside Drive between the Tecumseh-Windsor border and Manning Road. I will ask our Director of Public Works and Environmental Services to speak on the report, the Public Works Environmental Services 2021-04. That's the Riverside Drive Trail, in order to provide an overview of the project to date and a brief summary of this administrative report. After that, we will hear the detailed presentation by the town's consultants, Mr. Paul Bezaire, partner, Bezaire Partners of Urban Planners and Landscape Architects, and Andrea Winter, professional engineer, FSC partner with Dillon Consulting Limited. And following the consultants, we will hear from delegates that have registered to speak at tonight's meeting or have asked that their comments be read into the meeting minutes. Each delegation speaking time will be limited to 5 minutes. So in the interest of time, we ask that you avoid repeating the same information that may have already been presented by others. Delegates' cameras and microphones are to be turned off and muted until it is your turn on the agenda to address council. The clerk will raise her hand when there is 1 minute remaining in each delegate's speaking time to signify time to wrap up your presentations. Written submissions received to date have been listed on the agenda for this evening's meeting. Members of council, the purpose of the special meeting tonight is to hear the consultant's fulsome review and analysis of the trail extension, including results of the public consultation, alternative trail configuration, and comparative costs and response to some key issues, as well as a recommended detailed design. The administrative report, consultant presentations, and the video recording of this special council meeting will be uploaded on the town's Place Speak platform for the next 30 days to provide opportunity to receive further public input on the project. No decisions will be taken tonight, and administration will return to us with a report in future summarizing the input and making final recommendations on the said project. Mr. Phil Bartnick, Director of Public Works and Environmental Services, please provide an overview of the proposed multi-use recreational trail project. Mr. Bartnick.
Good evening and thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to take a little bit of time here to highlight the administrative report that is on tonight's agenda and acknowledge that the consultant's presentation will be a little bit more comprehensive and will provide additional information and clarity on the project. The Riverside Drive Trail project consists of the installation of a multi-use trail from the Tecumseh-Windsor border to Manning Road, having an approximate length of about 2.2 kilometers and in varying in width between 2.4 and 2.7 meters. This will connect the active transportation facilities of the Ganaccio Trail to the trails within Lakewood Park, as well as the trails within the former village of St. Clair Beach, specifically on Riverside Drive, east of Manning, as well as on Manning Road itself. There are a number of supporting policy documents and studies that support active transportation facilities, and more specifically, the proposed Riverside Drive Trail. And I just wanted to highlight a few of those today. So the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, completed in 2010, identified the installation of the Riverside Drive Trail from Tecumseh-Windsor border to Manning as a high priority and recommended the construction to commence by 2019. The countywide active transportation master plan, which was completed in 2012, that one had originally identified paved shoulders within this section based on the semi-urban and rural cross-section nature of Riverside Drive. However, in October of 2016, through a planning report to council, Tecumseh Council endorsed the construction of a 2.4 meter wide trail on Riverside Drive within this section. The request to change the facility type was reviewed and approved by the CWATS Implementation Committee, which is comprised of administrative representatives, planners and engineers from all of the area municipalities and the county, and ultimately endorsed by County Council. The Tecumseh Transportation Master Plan completed in 2017. So that master plan included an active transportation network, which was developed to ensure connectivity in the larger network of facilities stemming from CWATS to the City of Windsor Bicycle Use Master Plan. The Transportation Master Plan identified a facility as being, quote, on and off-road facility on Riverside Drive from the Tecumseh-Windsor border all the way to Brighton Road. Lastly, the Town of Tecumseh new official plan supports the implementation of active transportation within the town to create a walkable and connected community. The figures and maps included in the new official plan mirror those of the Transportation Master Plan, and again depict a, quote, on and off-road facility for the entire stretch of Riverside Drive. The administrative report also highlights opportunities for interconnection to existing and future multi-use recreational trails within the town. I mentioned a few earlier this evening about the Ganacho Trail as well as the trails at Lakewood Park. We do also have plans to enhance the multi-use trail on Manning Road, south of Riverside Drive in the next year or so, as well as a future trail planned on the Les Bronze Road from Riverside Drive to McNorton. There's been extensive public consultation on this project to date, which includes public information centers held in 2017 and 2018, a presentation to the town's Accessibility Advisory Committee, as well as a special meeting of council tonight, where we have further opportunity to hear from the town's consultants and number of delegations. So I know we have a full agenda tonight, so I won't go into any further details, but I will be available for questions throughout the evening. Thank you.
Mike, thank you very much, Mr. Bartnick. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Paul Bazaire from Bazaire Partners, Urban Planners and Landscape Architects to come forward. Mr. Bazaire.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here with everyone. This has been a long project. We've been through a lot on it, so we're glad to start to put some finality on it tonight and lead you towards a decision one way or the other. We'll end up there. So could I have the slides? Okay, thank you. So the Riverside Drive Trail has been talked about in Tecumseh for a long time. And what I hope to do tonight is bring together a bit of that history, a bit of the path that we've been down, looking at the reasoning for our recommendation, to look at similar projects that have been done around the community. And there's a bit of a thought that this is sort of a first time venture for this sort of trail under these conditions. And we have some information to share in that regard. We want to show you that we've looked at other alignments and other types of trails to see whether or not they would be a better fit for the community. And we have a recommendation on that. And then an overall recommendation on how to proceed. Slide. This is for easy access for when it's online. We've added a table of contents so you can find where the various things are. Slide. So the purpose of the trail from the very start was to provide a safe and accessible active transportation facility for both individuals and the real kicker here, and for families. That's what makes this trail a little different than some of the others that you might be talked about. And it was quite apparent from the very beginning that what we needed to do was what we call fill the gap. There is a waterfront trail that runs around the whole entire area. And we need to fill that gap and provide connectivity from one side of Tecumseh to Manning Road. Get slide. The proposal from the outset was for a 2.4 meter wide asphalt trail. It was to go along the south side of Riverside Drive from Windsor to Manning Road. It was to be an off-road multi-use trail and for use by families. As I mentioned, families, all ages and abilities are an important component of this. Slide. Phil Bardnick went through some of the history. I won't repeat it, but there has been significant decisions made along the way. This is not a surprise, or shouldn't be a surprise to the town. There has been reports and studies done that have recommended this for some time. Slide. When we say fill the gap, this is what we're talking about. So this, as you can see, there's a significant trail system both east and west of Tecumseh. And there's some significant trails in Tecumseh as well. But what really stands out both locally and even on a county-wide is this big gap along the riverfront in Tecumseh. And that's the specific thing that we're trying to accomplish with this project, is to fill the gap, to connect up the pathways both west and east of this stretch of Riverside Drive. Slide. At the first open house, the real issue was, do we build it on the north side of the road or do we build it on the south side of the road? And I got to tell you, we went in with having already decided where we thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to be on the north side of the road. And we thought that because there was already a sidewalk there that we were only going to have to double, and that we weren't going to be cutting past a lot of people's front lawns as we would on the south. So we went in with the clear consideration that this was going to be on the north side. But once we got in and looked at it, the facts were clear, and that's not the recommendation that we come up with. Slide. When we looked at the numbers, the ones that are highlighted in yellow are the better numbers. And so as you can see on the south side of the drive, we have about the same length of path, slightly longer. We have fewer driveway crossings. We have road crossings, which is not a good thing. But all of the other factors are more beneficial on the south side in terms of conflict with trees, fire hydrants to be relocated, catch basins to be adjusted or relocated, manholes, all of those sorts of things are much clearer on the south side. So having looked at it, we made the recommendation coming out of the first open house to put the trail on the south side. Slide. That also flowed into the comparison of costs. So the costs relative to each other, and these estimates now are a bit old, but still relative to each other, the cost on the south side was a good amount cheaper than on the north side by $183,000 at that point. It's likely a little bit more. We're a couple of years down the pipe, but the cost was cheaper on the south side as well. Slide. Slide. At the first open house, we had 32 people out. The large majority of people were in favor of the trail. And understand that at that open house, we weren't recommending south or north. We were just saying, we want to put a trail. We're trying to figure out where to put it. And so most of the people who came out were in favor of the trail. And that's an important consideration, which has held through this entire discussion. They were evenly split on whether it should be on the north or south side of the road. And I think it's pretty easy to figure that out. The people on the north side wanted it on the south side. The people on the south side wanted it on the north side. That's the way things tend to go. But there was a high interest for the trail at that first open house. Slide. When we got right down to it, there was fewer conflicts and adjustments or relocations of infrastructure to do on the south side. There were fewer drainage issues, much fewer drainage issues, and the ones that were there were easier to manage. There was a benefit of having a walkway on both sides of the street. So in other words, if we were to replace the sidewalk on the north side of the street with the trail, we would still only have pedestrian traffic on one side of the street. If we add a trail to the south side of the street and keep the sidewalk on the north side of the street, we would now have pedestrian circulation up and down the street. The way it is now, the only place you can cross the street is at intersections. Now you'd be able to travel down the south side of the street to a safe crossing. So being able to have pedestrian traffic on both sides of Riverside Drive was an important consideration. There was less conflict with driveways. There's fewer driveways on the south side, albeit more local roads. It's less costly on the south side. It allows us to fill the gap between the trails to the east and west. But the distance from the homes was a concern. And when we talk about that, it's important to realize that that is a really largely variable number. Some of the houses are quite close to the trail. There's some that are a long ways away. So there's no one size fits all situation there. There's a variation in the distance that people have from the trail. Slide. But those were the key issues that we identified that were brought to our attention. So our recommendation going forward from the first public open house to the second one was based on our analysis of the design, the results of public consultation, and the comparative costs and key issues. We recommend that the proposed multi-use trail be aligned along the south side of Riverside Drive, easterly from the Tecumseh-Windsor border to the west limit of Manning Road. That was the recommendation going forward to the second open house. Slide. In general, the second open house was well attended, much more so than the first one. I have to say that. I think when we specified south side, that sort of brought people out. And they expressed considerable concern over the recommendation. We heard that. We heard that the trail was too close to some of the houses. We heard that they thought there was alternative options available to both the route and the configuration. We heard concerns about drainage and flooding, about pedestrian and vehicular safety. We heard concerns about losing their parking spaces along the road. And we heard about financial issues. People were thinking that this was just too large an expenditure for the town. Slide. Even at that open house, Even at that open house, there was 23 comments in favor of the trail project, including the location of it being on the south side of the road. So even though it was it was an open house where a lot of people came out against locating it on the south side, there was still a number of people who supported it on the south side of the trail. But what we concluded, what the administration concluded, and we certainly concurred, is that there were some legitimate issues that were raised that needed to be answered. And there was a period of additional study that would be required in order to gain that additional information. And the administration tasked us to do exactly that. Slide. The specific questions that we were asked to drill down on were, are there other trails designed this way, or is this, just unique and people, aren't going to accept it? Are there other trails in the community designed in this particular manner? Is there a better route for this trail? Is there a better configuration? In other words, a widened, for example, lanes on the side of an existing roadway, different ways to configure the trail. Are there problem areas along the route that can't be resolved? And does the trail match up with the trails at the east and west ends of this particular area? Those are the additional issues we're asked to look at. Slide. So we did some comparison. We looked for other locations in the community where trails have been designed in a similar way. And just in terms of reference, in terms of driveway crossings, there's 68 in this particular stretch. There are 12 road crossings. The width of the trail is 2.4 meters wide. The distance from the road is 0 to 14 meters. So there are a few places where the trail is right against the pavement. And there's a few places where it's as much as 14 meters away. The distance from the homes varies between 4 meters, that's the closest, and 34 meters, which is the furthest away. And the average daily traffic, which is the amount of traffic on the road along this stretch, is just over 12,000 vehicles per day. Slide. So we looked at some other locations. So this is St. Clair Road from Tecumseh Road to Clairview in Lakeshore. And there's a trail along that side of the road. Slide. It's approximately 14 meters from the house, so that's within the range of what we're proposing. Slide. 2.9 meters wide, a bit wider than what we're proposing. Slide. Between 0 and 1.5 meters from the road, within the range of what we're suggesting. Slide. And there's an aerial shot of it and a sort of a comparison, a drawing, sort of the black and white there. As you can see, the 14 meters compares to the 4 to 34, the 2.9 meters wide path compares to 2.4, the 1.5 for the roadway compares to 0 to 14. So we're within the range of, as a good comparative here. We don't have the average daily traffics here, but there's 7 road crossings. There's 112 driveway crossings on this particular trail. So it's a similar sort of situation, many more driveway crossings than we're proposing. Slide. This is Riverside Drive East, Manning to Brighton. Slide. The distance to the house is 13 meters. Slide. 2.6 meter wide pathway, so just slightly wider than we're proposing. Slide. And a couple feet to the road edge from the trail. Slide. The traffic in this area, there's 6,300 cars, so not as many as we have on Riverside Drive, but still a good number. There are 22 driveway crossings in this particular stretch, and the distances from the trail to the house and from the trail to the road are within range of what we're proposing for Riverside Drive. This is Malden Road in LaSalle, Turtle Avenue to Laurier. Slide. 18.5 meters from the house to the path. Slide. 4 meter wide, so again, wider. This one substantially wider. And this one is right at the back of curb. So this one follows the road all along from one end to the other, and it follows along the back of the curb the entire way. Slide. As you can see, the distances are within range of what we're suggesting. The average daily traffic on this road is 12 to 19,000 vehicles. There's 7 road crossings, which is in the range of what we're doing, and 29 driveway crossings. Todd Lane, Malden Road to 10th, again in LaSalle. The front yards are 13.8 meters, 4 meter wide path, and a 1.8 meter wide distance from the path to the edge of the road. $7,700 cars per day, so a good busy road, and the sizes of everything sort of fall in line with what we're proposing. Slide. Dougal Road, this is the south end of Dougal from Cabana going north. 10 meters to the homes, 2.6 meter wide path, and it's right at the back of curb. 29,000 vehicles per day, 4 road crossings, and this is about 1 kilometer long. Slide. Rayham Road in LaSalle. 24 meters to the homes. This is this particular location is a split trail, so it's 3.5 meters on one leg of the trail, and the other one is 2.7 meters. And as you can see, it splits around the telephone poles. And it's right at one of the legs of the trail is right at the back of the road, back of the curb. There's no curb, but the back of the road. And 5 road crossings, 39 driveways, 2,900 cars per day. So again, a similar sorts of thing. What I found interesting about this one is how they work around an existing obstacle, which is the telephone poles adjacent to the road. So in summary, in answer to the question, are there any other trails that have been designed in this way? We say yes, there is. There are good examples of multi-use trails, both separated and adjacent to the curb, that cross multiple roads and driveways and are a similar distance from homes. We recommend increasing the trail width as a result of this review to an average of 2.7 meters rather than the 2.4 that we were originally recommending. And that's because all of the trails we looked at locally were in the range of 2.7 to 3, although some were wider than that. But wherever possible, we should expand a little more. We could even go to 2.9 meters in some areas, depending on sort of detailed design, especially if the trail is adjacent to the road edge. Slide. So the next question was, is there a better route? And there was actually a suggested route that came in on several of the comment forms. And the route would be to use L'Esperance Road, Dillon Drive, Little River Road, and Manning to sort of skirt around the area that we're talking about, but start and end up in the same place. Slide. So the yellow line is the trail that's being proposed. It's up for discussion tonight. And the green line would be the road that is being suggested as a viable alternative. We plotted the two out and I actually walked the two. And in terms of length, it would be considerably longer, 2.7 kilometers as opposed to 2 kilometers, which translates, of course, to additional cost. There would be the same number of, almost the same number of road crossings. You cross 11 streets rather than 12. There would be more driveway crossings, 81 driveways as opposed to 68. The distance to the homes is in the range of 8 to 10 meters. We're in the range of 4 to 34. So other than the few that are very close to the trail, we would be better off on Riverside Drive. Does it fill the gap? Well, not in the same way that the stretch along Riverside Drive does. I think that certainly connects the trails in a more meaningful way. Is there access to the homes along the south side of the drive? Well, no. The trail that we're proposing would provide pedestrian access to the south side of Riverside Drive, and the trail that's being suggested as an alternative would not. Slide. What struck us most, though, is this is what the trail would look like going across the front of the homes on Dillon. It has all the same issues that you would have on Riverside Drive. It's cutting through what people consider to be their front yards, although we know it's actually public right of way. But it cuts through their what they consider to be their private space. It really solves nothing other than to get it off of Riverside Drive, but it imposes it on another place. Slide. So in answer to the question, is there a better route? Well, the route that's been suggested doesn't fill the gap. The perceived inconvenience of having the trail sort of in your front yard is the same on Dillon as it would be on Riverside Drive. It comes at higher costs. There are more driveway crossings. It's a longer distance, doesn't provide access to residents on Riverside Drive, and it has plus or minus the same number of road crossings. We also noted that Dillon is one advantage that Dillon does have, it's a much less traffic, much less busy street. So much so that you could actually consider pedestrian traffic walking down the street as opposed down the trail. It's that's much lower volume. It isn't really a main connector between two locations, which means it has lower volume traffic. But really, if you were going to do it there, you could do it on the street as well as you would do it in a multi-use trail. Slide. So based on our evaluation of the alternative route and comparable local projects, the multi-use trail along the south side of Riverside Drive remains the preferred option. Slide. Okay. I'm going to ask my friend from Dillon Consulting, Andrea Winter, to take us through the next few slides.
So understanding the discussions and options that were brought forward through the PIC and the related correspondence, Dillon began to work with Bezier Partners to determine if there was a better configuration from a design perspective. The basis of our analysis was to truly understand any potential alternatives which would meet the needs of a variety of users, correspond with the previous report's recommendations, be amenable within an existing built-up area, and be attractive for users to consider for their recreational and commuting purposes. Next slide. Dylan's first step was to review the alternatives which are presented within the MTO Book 18 guidelines. These guidelines, as well as TAC guidelines, serve as the basis for the design standards within various communities across Ontario. They are guidelines which, when combined with engineering design judgment, serve as a basis for our thorough review. We determined that there could be up to 6 alternative options for review at this site. Of the 6, some were deemed preferred above others, given the cross-section which we currently have within this project site. Review of the alternatives is presented within the following slides. Our analysis will focus on a preferred solution, which is for all ages and abilities, not solely for the avid cyclist, who would be most confident with a potentially a do-nothing solution, such as the existing road surface provides. The 6 alternatives which were considered included physically separated bike lanes, cycle tracks, multi-use pathways, bike lanes, paved shoulders, and a shared use roadway. Currently, the site operates mostly like a shared use roadway scenario. Next slide. Now, when we get into the data and the analysis and the charts and the content of Book 18, which was our primary guideline for looking at this from a design perspective. Our first point of analysis included review of the design guidelines presented within Book 18, which is a cycling facilities document. Of note, I wanted to bring up that Dylan currently has a member of our staff on the committee who are responsible for the updating of the Book 18 standards. And therefore, our review of this project site included analysis of both the existing Book 18 as well as the updated proposed draft Book 18 standards, which were actually initially released for review in May of 2020. It is our understanding that the updated standards will be released in the very near future, and therefore our design feasibility review should include an understanding of these new guidelines, as construction, should it proceed, would be completed during a time where the new guidelines would consider to be prominent. It should be noted, however, that the current guidelines focus primarily on cycling facilities, whereas the new updated guidelines focus on creating cycling facilities which really do appeal to all ages and abilities. The new guideline also recommends the designers increase the separation of people that are cycling from motorists to decrease the stress for the cyclists. Through this review, we utilized our current traffic data, which Paul provided before as far as our volumes, as well as our understanding what type of vehicle and operating speed would be within this section of road, again, based on the data that we had. The results of this are shown on the graphics, and what you can see is where the 2 lines intersect on each is where your preferred options exist. Of note, it was consistent that the outcome favored something of a multi-use pathway, a separated bike lane, or a cycle track type of facility. However, our analysis didn't solely review on these graphics as a basis. We proceeded forward with a much more detailed review. Next slide. The next step was to review in detail the selection heuristics as presented within the guidelines. The site characteristics review for Riverside Drive area resulted in 2 preferred options, which met all of the categories that were analyzed: a cycle track or a multi-use pathway. It was understood that the driveways along this section of road would be considered to have low volume driveways, and most of the intersections were actually also unsignalized along this section, which were part of our review. I should pause for a second and note that the reason we are primarily focusing on what Book 18 presents to us is because the town doesn't have specific town guidelines and therefore rely on more of a regional, commonly accepted set of guidelines, as well as solid engineering judgment, which is what we were bringing to the project. Next slide. Our functional design review up to this point concluded that the proposed facility is likely a preferred option over do nothing. However, which facility would be the most appropriate? We proceeded forward with more of an analysis of 5 options as outlined here. It was expected right from the onset that each alternative would present both advantages and disadvantages. The design location is a reconstruction project, and therefore it presents unique challenges when compared to a new build, such as a greenfield land development type of location. It was expected that some sections of the project would present different challenges than other locations, given the land use, the existing features, the topography, and again, those varying distances that Paul outlined earlier in the presentation. Next slide. Now, as we enter these 5 options, I want you to know that I understand that it may not be perfectly easy to see, but we are trying to highlight in each option a different color, and where the proposed option being analyzed is the one that's highlighted in color with our standard cross-section at the location presented in the image. Option 1 was a multi-use trail. This is our current proposal, and therefore we looked at it first. As expected, it presented both advantages and disadvantages. As outlined within the cross-section, our review will focus on providing a facility on the south side of the road, given the results presented earlier tonight here based on input from PIC1 and PIC2. We do not show an option for a multi-use trail on the north side of the road because there are various other conflicts that we are well aware of on the north side. One of the most significant advantages presented by option 1 is that it's accessible for all people of all ages and abilities. Therefore, families, elderly, citizens with pets, as well as avid cyclists will all have a chance to use this type of facility. A young child on training wheels, or a person utilizing an adult 3-wheeled bike, or a scooter, or a walker, a pedestrian, they would all benefit from this type of facility. In line with the focus from Book 18, option 1 provides physical separation between the higher speed motorists and the lower speed pedestrian or cyclists. We tried to maximize this distance with our proposed alignment. It also fills the gap. Remember, that was our original goal, to figure out how to fill the gap. The option is flexible for the alignment, as it allows us through detailed design to adjust the pathway around existing conflicts such as trees or hydro poles as much as possible, although trying to remain as consistent as possible throughout. The flexibility isn't the same when looking at some of the other options. This option will also allow for reconstruction in the future of Riverside Drive, to include bike lanes as another option if desired at that time. It's a flexible solution which could be considered part 1 of a full ultimate reconstruction sometime in the distant future. We didn't have plans to reconstruct Riverside Drive at this time. We did note that reconstruction is not currently planned. However, this project could be very similar to that which we already moved forward with previously in the last couple of years on L'Esperance Road, where in that case, we chose to go with the bike lanes first, and the multi-use trail would be a longer into the future option. This option did have some disadvantages. We would have to remove existing hard surfaces such as paved shoulder areas along the right-of-way. Some commercial areas currently using the right-of-way for parking would experience potential parking spot reductions or reconfigurations. And we acknowledge that the modifications within certain areas on the route would also require ensuring adjusted drainage patterns and localized drainage adjustments to be maintained in order to not aggravate the pre-construction condition. This alternative does include a number of street crossings identified on the figure, which would require paint markings for delineation and crossing of the existing driveways as well. Next slide. Option 2 was shared lanes. Option 2 presented is almost identical to the existing do nothing option, i.e., it's pretty much what we have in place today. However, the exception is when we looked at this option, it would include awareness, paint markings, and signage along the road surface to remind drivers that cyclists are there. Cyclists have the opportunity to be there right now. However, the paint markings would provide some additional awareness. The advantages for this option were minimal compared to some of the other options, and it did have many disadvantages identified. These included that it didn't really fill the gap or provide consistency for users between the adjacent facilities, i.e., it didn't connect off-road on each end, and we would still have to figure out a way to direct those cyclists onto the existing pathways. The option is not recommended for use of all ages and abilities. Those that are young, just learning to ride a bicycle, should not be riding as with all of the current motorists as well. Families do not typically utilize these type of facilities as they have various perceived safety issues related to them. Separation from vehicles was not available in this solution, and there is not a pedestrian connection for use on the south side of the road. Option 3, next slide. Our third option presented is dedicated bike lanes, which we considered to be buffered with additional line paintings. It would increase the overall width of the asphalt surface directly connected to the existing lanes. One of the severe challenges with this type of facility is that although we paint lines on the road, we really are creating a wider surface which cars could also choose to drive on. We're just making that a solid paved alignment without any clear separation for cyclists and cars. Although the option would provide dedicated space, it doesn't provide an option which is as viable and accessible for all ages and abilities. It is an improved option over option 2 presented earlier. The proposed width for consideration would be an additional 4 meters of asphalt, which is much greater than the proposed through the multi-use trail. Therefore, we would be creating a higher amount of hard surface than that with the proposed multi-use trail width. Drainage would be impacted, and we will require additional modifications throughout the full project length in order to address those drainage issues. Next slide. Option 4, a cycle track. For those not familiar with what the difference between buffered bike lanes and a cycle track are, if you look very closely on the slide between the cyclist on their orange location and the cars, there is a small section that shows an orange curbed delineated piece in between the road and the cyclist. It is also a paved surface, and it would have similar widths to that of the buffered bike lanes. This option has an advantage over option 3 though, because it does provide for a physically separated space for cyclists. It could appeal to more of a variety of users than your strong avid cyclists. However, through the implementation of this physical separation, the drainage on the road would require improvements, as well as drainage addressing that being proposed through the cycle track. Road drainage would have to be delineated through catch basins, not currently within what we call our rule type of cross section, i.e. a non-curbed section. This option did not benefit pedestrians and also doesn't provide the connection to the existing facilities at each end of the project. Next slide. Option 5. This is considered as the combined facility implementation. This option could be what we would look at for potentially an ultimate build-out solution, where the town could consider the implementation of both a multi-use trail as well as dedicated bike lanes. This option results in significant configurations to the road and the boulevard areas. You will have to have many upgrades related to drainage. It would have the most impact on parking spaces, access to businesses, commercial properties, etc. The key advantage of this option is it actually provides many options for users in the area for them to choose which alternative they are most confident utilizing as going through this section of the town. Okay, next slide. When we were looking at all these configurations, we went back and we also wanted to look at this consistency with the adjacent facilities. What makes them truly appealing to us, or what would we want to adjust as we moved into a detailed design for this type of project area? As we looked at the area east of Manning Road, we noted that the existing pathway was around 2.6 meters in width. It was separated by a grassed area. So therefore, it was really working within what Book 18 was saying, where we wanted to separate vehicles and pedestrian or other cycling traffic. We did also note that this path crossed unsignalized intersections as well as driveways. And the path also was located close to the overhead hydro, and that allowed us to look at some of the design distances that we would be comfortable with as we are presenting our option moving forward. The other thing was we also noted that there would have been areas of landscaping that had to be addressed, putting this trail in. There were all similar types of considerations that we were looking at, and we were trying to make it consistent. This side of the trail was actually very close to that through the area which we're looking at. Next slide. The big difference is when we look at the opposite connection point, that on the west town limits. And the primary difference is that the road right of way is significantly wider, and therefore the distance between vehicular traffic and the existing trail also significantly wider. We knew we wouldn't be able to get this far away from vehicular traffic. We also noted that that trail is 3 meters wide, and therefore this is what partially led us to also considering the varying widths multi-use trail type of option moving forward, and therefore trying to maximize wherever we could the most amount of distance. Next slide. So through all of this, we looked again back at what we had prior to our analysis, and we decided that some of the options do not serve our target audience. Some of the options didn't align with the current or proposed best practices provided through the guidelines. Some of them required major road reconstruction, which at this time the town has not budgeted or planned within their improvements. Some of the options require significant drainage improvements, where others required more minor drainage improvements. Some of the options increased the hard surface area more than other options. There was definitely increased costs related to some, and some are inconsistent with the adjacent facilities. Therefore, understanding all of this, we chose to go forward with the current recommendation. We'll stick with the multi-use trail. Next slide. At this point, we also wanted to highlight some of the other items that we had discussed with administration, and that was these special considerations. Have we gone out and looked at some of the quote unquote pinch point areas, those areas of special consideration? And we did. We actually spent quite a bit of time on this aspect. And the first one is commercial parking. Further to our option review, Dylan drove the project site. We looked at doing additional topographic survey. I know some of you saw us out there and spoke with our surveyor at the time. We analyzed those specific pinch point areas. Commercial parking exists adjacent to the roadway at some of the sites, such as that provided at Les Bronson Riverside Drive. Through implementation of a multi-use trail, some of the perpendicular parking spaces would appear shorter in length, and motorists would have to increase awareness of the potential for cyclists to be crossing behind them. However, we noted this would be similar in this location to how they should also currently be aware to be watching pedestrians at this crossing. We also deemed that it would still be viable for cars to park in front of this business. Next slide. We went up the road further and we went to another site, and we noticed that it was a similar type of consideration. And in this situation, what we noted was that the trail, based on where the hydro is and the parking may actually have to change configuration slightly to be more of a parallel to the road parking versus an existing perpendicular type of parking opportunity, because the best alternative alignment would to be to keep the trail behind the hydro poles in this location and closest as we could to the property line and maximize the distance between vehicles and the trail. Next slide. We're well aware that tree cover is a concern as well and should be considered. We looked at how the trail could be configured to minimize the amount of trees that would be impacted. However, we did note that some trees definitely will be impacted by this project. And then we started to look in detail about what those trees are, their types of species, how they have as far as cover, etc. And what we learned is a lot of them actually have had significant canopy already removed in order to align with the hydro infrastructure, which is overhead throughout the project length. And therefore, moving forward, we would acknowledge that tree conflicts would be a significant detailed design consideration. And this is an example of how the flexibility of a trail may help us to be able to work around some of the tree conflicts. Next slide. Utility conflicts. At this point, we actually consulted with the local hydro authority, and we discussed whether we could bury any of the lines, if we could move certain poles that we knew were in conflict, etc. And the reality is that burying them is not preferred. It is significantly more expensive, and it's not just the cost of burying the hydro, but also the connection to each of the homes, which is currently done overhead. And you would actually have to go to each of those homes to reconfigure their hydro as well. However, we do want to note that currently our proposed project identifies approximately 15 poles that we believe would require specific detailed review related to if they would need slight relocations or potentially different configurations more significant in nature. But most of them we determined were very viable for adjustments in order to allow for the multi-use trail. One of those examples is shown on the slide in the insert view, where the pole is literally right in the middle of where we'd want to go. So we would potentially move it further south, or we would keep it where it is and go with the trail closer to the property line. However, we do have minimum setbacks as well from the road, which would have to be considered. Next slide. The next special consideration that we wanted to acknowledge is property. And we identified this one that it would just require further detailed review. In general, when working on a feasibility level design, you use something like the GIS from the town property. You would go out and collect some certain survey shots, but you don't go into full detail of finding all property bars, etc. And so although on our slide, it looks like there's a potential at this intersection of L'Esperance and Riverside that we may need potentially a little bit of land in order to properly provide a width of a trail, that would have to be confirmed at the time of detailed design with some detailed survey. And the reason of this pinch point in particular is because there's already a right-hand turn lane within that intersection. And that has created some different challenges because we're on a narrower road right-of-way section to begin with, and it is not our intent to realign the road, and it would not be our intent to do significant changes at this intersection because we also are aware of all the signal upgrades that would be related to that type of reconfiguration. Next slide. We also noted that the area at the roundabout of Manning Drive and Riverside Drive were definitely something to be considered. And we know that Manning Road through the phase 3 project upgrades will actually have what we call PXOs, or pedestrian crossovers, at each leg of the roundabout. And one of the considerations we would have to do is how to align that multi-use trail with that PXO crossing and all of the related signage to create the most viable and safe option at this corner. We do note that this is a location where we would say there are a variety of obstacles, as you can see in the insert, with the hydro poles, the street lights, the future PXO, etc. And so this would be an area where we would have to do a lot more detailed configuration analysis and potentially have a slightly narrower path right at this specific situation. Next slide. I wanted to spend a couple of minutes on the public concerns that we're aware of. So through review of the social media websites that have been prepared related to this project, information we received from residents in advance of the meeting, we did acknowledge that safety is a critical design concern. With respect to sightlines, we have determined that the existing road has a very long horizontal curve and therefore not of big concern. And we also didn't see concerns with respect to vertical curves, sight lines. This means that the vehicles driving along the road would be able to see cyclists easily without perceived blind spots related to vertical or horizontal sightline considerations. The understanding the guidelines of Book 18, our design team is proposing a separation between 0.3 and 0.5 meters between vertical obstructions, as well as maximizing the distance between the proposed multi-use trail and the existing motorist. That option actually gives motorists the most room when making a decision to leave the road and access into a driveway, that they're watching for the cyclist and they have an area of partial turn. But remember, we do understand that the motorists are responsible for the operation of their vehicle and ensuring that they are maintaining proper sightline for themselves. The obstructions along the way, we acknowledge that there are various citizens that have sprinkler systems, landscaping, etc. And what we want to say with respect to that is that the town is well aware of these types of consideration, and on many of the projects that we design, we meet with the residents and work through what would need to be relocated, because we do acknowledge that you as residents on the project site have been maintaining that road right of way for many years. And part of that may have been that you installed sprinkler systems, et cetera. And so we want to work with you for any of the relocations. Next public concern. Next slide. With respect to safety, we also acknowledge there was various concerns related to safety of the cyclist. And one of the things we wanted to highlight is that we are proposing cross rides be installed at all road crossings, including, and the cross ride is what's outlined as far as the picture of the people and the cyclists, and it goes through the intersection and it includes pavement markings as well as signage. And cross rides actually give the right of way for the cyclist to go through these without having to dismount and walk through. We also wanted to make note of the fact that the cyclists will be going through various driveways. We could actually add markings on each driveway if that was the resident's preference. However, at this time, we were not proposing to do so as far as just awareness type of markings. One of the key things to note is that through Book 18, it's actually identified that the most effective way to improve overall cyclist safety is to increase the amount of cyclists using a system. And therefore, the facility we're proposing, we believe, will increase the amount of cyclists as well as other users of all types within this area, increasing the safety of that facility. Next slide. We acknowledge that heavy traffic and high speed were also of concern. And we did do review of the traffic data provided by the town of Tecumseh for our analysis. And we actually felt that traffic speed could be considered moderate, as it has an average speed of 48 to 55 kilometers an hour. and more consideration of the volume of vehicles currently utilizing Riverside Drive, we actually felt that physically separate facilities would be preferred just based on those volumes. And that's why we actually lean towards the recommendation of the multi-use trail option. And that comes back to that heuristic slide that I presented earlier in the presentation. We do acknowledge that the guidelines present a desired width of separation between the road and the proposed trail, which will not be possible everywhere. This is a reconstruction project, and therefore there is a small portion, it's around 130 meters between Les Bronze and Manning, where there's going to be some reduced separation. However, this is also consistent with those other examples that Paul had presented earlier tonight that are existing options in other local communities. Next slide. We're aware of some concerns that are related to location and design of the multi-use path width in specifically. And we do acknowledge that this is why originally based on original PIC1 and the proposal where we're thinking the 2.4, now we would like to go with what we determine as the practical lower limit of 2.7 meters. 2.7 meters, when you're looking at the figure, actually shows that 2 cyclists could meet with additional separation in between them. And on top of that, wherever areas could be made wider throughout, if we could do a section that's a little wider, it just gives an even wider section for cyclists or a parent with a stroller. Somebody, it might be a cyclist with a bike trailer on behind that they use for carrying their groceries back and forth, etc. It just creates a slightly more of a buffer, and therefore we acknowledge that through detailed design, we would like to be beyond the practical lower limit wherever possible. Next slide. Accessibility. We did look at accessibility, and one of the key things that I wanted to note as far as operating space is that we note that a multi-use trail is actually much wider for operating space than that of a traditional sidewalk, and actually would provide those with assisted devices more space to maneuver around an oncoming pedestrian, etc. And so the operating space actually helps of more of a variety of users. Sightlines, overall, we felt that the topography is fairly flat and there are minimal sightline obstructions, and the existing landscaping within the right-of-way may have to be adjusted, and that would be part of our boulevard sightline reviews. And we would be making sure that tactile surface indicators, the tactile plates, the ones with the small bumps on them, would be provided where we're at the roadway crossings. Of keynote to us was that we had to keep reminding ourselves that vehicle operators are responsible for ensuring their way is clear prior to entering or exiting a roadway. And that is the same responsibility, whether it's a sidewalk, a bike lane, a cycle track, etc. And therefore, what we can do through our design is maximize the amount of sightline options available from the road through to the facility, but we cannot adjust everything that's on private property coming out towards anything on a public right-of-way. Next slide. There were some concerns raised related to hardscaping, adding additional paved surface, etc. And as I reviewed through some of the options would actually create more of a hard surface than others. But overall, we actually there's 3 drainage boundaries within this project site, and we put them together and we looked at what the net hard surface increase would be. And it's actually well less than 0.6%. It's very minimal, because you have to remember that some of these areas are actually already hard surfaces where we're proposing going through the driveways, etc. And some of the additional hard surface would actually be turned back into grass or granular permeable surfaces as part of the project. We were made aware that there were some concerns related to chemicals, salt applications, etc. And we also thought this was not a concern that's been raised to date related to sidewalk de-icing procedures, etc. on the north side of the road. And although there would be some snow clearing effort and some de-icing, we also felt that that would be negligible in nature. Next slide. The multi-use trail in general gives us the most flexible option to work around trees. And we do acknowledge that some of the trees have already had significant work done on them to work around the hydro and telecommunications. So where trees would be removed, we would like to have the town use some of its annual tree planting budget, the $30,000 they budget, put replacing any tree removed with others within the town property. And overall, we did want to acknowledge that this project is not within the it's not requiring an EA to be completed because it's actually considered a Schedule A or A+ project, as they have minimal adverse environmental impacts as deemed through the EA process. Okay. The final public concern that I had to bring up tonight was flooding issues. We actually consulted IRCA with respect to this, and IRCA does, within their guidelines, allow for these types of facilities to be created within floodplains. And we were aware and made aware of some that are within the IRCA watershed that are operating without any concern. The sidewalks on the north area of the project site are not part of a 100-year flood event, and the ones on the south side wouldn't be either. We actually felt that it'd be a negligible increase in stormwater runoff through creation of this project, and therefore we didn't feel that flooding was a large concern for this project. We remembered that the primary flooding that would be with respect to this area would actually be lake flooding, and at the time of lake flooding, in addition to a trail being flooded, many other utilities, etc., would also be flooded within the area. So therefore, at a conclusion, we've completed a thorough review of the design aspects, as well as primary concerns raised by residents and local citizens. And as a result of the analysis that I completed, I am comfortable proposing a multi-use trail as a safe and accessible for all ages facility for which I would be confident using with my young children, as well as walking on with my elderly parents and walkers. I'm going to just pass it back over to Paul for the conclusion of the presentation.
There we go. Thank you, Andrea. Slide. So one of the things that's occurred in the intervening years between when this project was first conceived and budgeted and today is there have been some pressures on costs. It's been 4 years since we struck the initial budget on this. And some things have changed. For one thing, there is now provincial legislation that requires soil when it's excavated to be tested when it's being removed and transported to another site. And depending on what's found in that testing, it may require special removals. So that's one thing that we are now building into the estimate. We're also looking at a wider trail. If you recall, the first proposal out was a 2.4 meter wide trail. And one of the benefits of this public consultation process and the additional study that we've done because of that is we're looking for 2.7 or in places 2.9 or even possibly 3 meters a wide trail in some areas. And that additional width will come with both asphalt and base will come at a cost as well. There's a few other items that we've enhanced in terms of looking at the budget in today's dollars, including contingency and engineering costs. And those have driven the budget up somewhat from what it was originally proposed at. Slide. In summary, we set out to fill the gap, and the proposal we look at is what is the one that seems to do that best. It provides continuity between the existing facilities west of the town Ganacho Trail. And I don't mind pointing out that when I was a young landscape architect just out of school, one of my first projects in Windsor was constructing the Ganacho Trail west of Tecumseh. So that section that we're hooking up on was one of my first projects when I was still out there pounding stakes in by myself. I don't do that much anymore. But it fills the gap. Secondly, it serves the target population. And the target population in this case was not necessarily the people that would be comfortable riding on the street We're not providing an alternative to them. We're providing an alternative for people who would not be comfortable riding on the street. We wish we could do it all. We wish we could provide a good commuter type facility here and a good recreational facility. But the best alternative in terms of what we can provide is a multi-use trail, off-road trail. We are able to provide some separation from motorists along the trail. It varies. In some places, we're closer than in other places. That's the nature of the street. But we are able to achieve some separation. Slide. It certainly improves pedestrian connectivity along the south side of Riverside Drive. If you live on the south side of Riverside Drive right now, you have no way to safely move up and down the street. You want to go out for a walk in the evening, you don't have a sidewalk in front of your house. The people on the south side will benefit greatly from having this pedestrian connection across the front of their homes. And the people on the north side will continue to enjoy the existing sidewalk that's there. We will have pedestrian connectivity up and down the street on both sides. While there are road crosses, we certainly freely admit that, the trail is highly visible. And if Andrea quite well looked at the parameters for that, and visibility is key, visibility is king. And the road crosses will be highly visible and easily maneuvered throughout the length of the trail. There is more room to handle drainage issues on the south side. The sidewalk on the north side of the street, if we were to look at widening that, it is smack up against the property line. And when you have to meet the grades at a property line, there's not much you can do to alter the grade of the trail. You can't go up or down because you have to meet the grade to meet the adjacent property. On the south side, we're able to be some distance from the property line, depending on where we are. Wherever we need to be, we can be. And so that gives you more flexibility in being able to handle drainage issues on the south side. All of the fire hydrants along the street, which present a very high cost for relocation, are on the north side of the street. There are none on the south side of the street, and therefore we are able to avoid that cost. We are now recommending a trail which is a bit wider. That's certainly a benefit, a positive outcome out of this consultative process. We're now recommending a trail that would be 2.7 to 2.9, 2.4 to 2.7. And in fact, we've determined it could be even wider to that. We won't know that for sure until we get to detailed design, but it will be wider than originally proposed. Slide. Although there are driveways to cross on the south side, there are fewer than on the north side. And there is a big difference between the two. On the south side, when you're going along the walkway is going through an area which is wide open and easily visible. When you travel down the sidewalk on the north side of the road, what you have is a bunch of garages along the property lines, fences, and hedges. And if you can picture a bike driving along that sidewalk at a fairly good clip, and all of a sudden there's a car that comes out of a driveway, that car will not be able to see the bike. And there's a big potential for conflict between pedestrians and vehicles on the north side that doesn't exist on the south side. There are fewer catch basins on the south side that require relocation and adjustment. Allowing residents on the south side to move along the road. So in other words, to have pedestrian access along Riverside Drive, rather than having to cross the road near their house or travel down across somebody else's lawn to get, or even at the side of the road to get to a safe crossing spot, is a much better proposal. The residents on the south side will have pedestrian connectivity. The proposal we have in front of us does not require major road reconstruction. If it did, if we were proposing something that would require the whole cross section of Riverside Drive to be redeveloped, this would be a project that would be many, many, many more times more expensive than what we're proposing. It's one that should happen someday. It's one that is needed in the town of Tecumseh at some point, but it's not in the cards for right now. The multi-use trail separated from the existing road pavement is the best alternative to improve pedestrian traffic along this stretch of road. It doesn't require removal of the existing sidewalk on the north side. We've already said that it's a benefit to have both, but from a cost point of view, we don't have to remove that sidewalk. We're starting with fresh green site on the south side. Slide. And then the additional study that we've done specifically for the concerns we've heard is that there are, in fact, very good comparative examples of local trails designed in the same manner, the same levels of traffic, the same sort of driveway crossings, the same sort of road crossings, similar in width to the sort of width that we're now proposing, which is a little wider than we were, and similar distances to houses and to the roads. We will freely admit that there are a couple instances along this particular trail where there are some houses that are closer to the trail than we found in other locations. But those are ones that we can deal with on a one-on-one basis during local design, during the specific design, and we're certainly prepared to do that. We found no situations along the route where the trail could not be accommodated. In every instance, we believe that we can design a trail which will fit through the corridor that's provided along the street. We believe that this proposal is a good match for the existing trails to the east and west of Tecumseh, and provides exactly what it's supposed to do in that regard. Slide. And so our final recommendation on this project, the one that will go forward to your additional public consultation period, is based on our further review and analysis, including the results of the public consultation, the extensive public consultation, and the comparative costs and key issues. We recommend proceeding with the detailed design and construction of a 2.4 to 2.7 meter wide asphalt off-road multi-use trail along the south side of Riverside Drive between Windsor and Manning Road. We believe it will be a safe, active transportation facility which is accessible for persons of all ages and abilities. Slide. Both Andrea and I are certainly available for questions or comments.
All right, well, thank you very much, Paul and Andrea, for your comprehensive report and so forth. And in lieu of the delegations and that, I'm hoping that you're going to be around, and certainly as questions arises and so forth, as well as certainly members of council, will be free to ask certainly questions to both of you, as well as our administrative staff. And so with that, stay tuned, and we'll continue. And next on our delegations, I'd like to go into the delegations. And first, the correspondence to be read. There are two individuals that asked to have their email or letter read, and I believe it will be our clerk, Ms. Moy, that will read Dana Salvador and Asante Salvador residents.
Thank you, Your Worship. Their letters are identical, so I'll only read the one. And they did ask that this letter be forwarded to the mayor, members of council, and that it be read at the meeting of April 8th. I am writing with respect to extending the trail. I am a resident of Tecumseh residing on Brighton Road. I have been complaining about not having a walking bike trail connecting Tecumseh to the Ganacho Trail. Riding on the road is not safe. Cars racing past you, honking their horns, verbally cursing at bikers, and not distancing when passing bikers. At times you feel you are inches away from the cars. I feel the people objecting on Riverside Drive are only concerned about the town taking property away from them. The property was never theirs to begin with, and the town property belongs to all of us, the taxpayers. I bike on Old Tecumseh Road and the Lakeshore Path, and there are hundreds of driveways, and I feel very safe. I also bike in Florida, and there are many bike paths that cross business entrances, personal driveways, and roads that are beyond busy, and it works. For those on Riverside Drive using the excuse that it won't be safe, I say hogwash. I believe as a driver, when backing up or driving forward, if you are approaching a sidewalk or a path, it is your responsibility to look both ways and not advance until there is no traffic, be it a pedestrian or a bike. I don't believe that law has changed. I strongly urge our council to move forward with this project without delay. Let our community move forward as many communities have with connecting trails. Sante and Dana, Salvador.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moy. And our next delegation is Mr. Robert Cunningham.
I think I'm live now.
Yes, you are. Good evening.
Thank you. Very interesting presentations that have been made. I still have concerns from what Mr. Bezer said and from the slide presentation. Safety being one of them. I live on the south side of the drive. Not much was said about where I live, but it does present some problems.
Your worship, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you just have the delegate move forward so we can hear him? It's very hard to hear his words.
Can
Okay.
you hear me now better?
Yeah,
I'm
Mr.
sorry to interrupt, excuse me, but I can't hear.
Just for volume issues.
Yeah, when they tested before, I was okay. Can you hear now?
Yeah, and maybe just by increasing the volume actually of your computer might help too.
When I go there, I may be in problems.
Okay,
So-
no problem. Just stay close to the mic.
I will stay close to the mic. I have concerns specifically over safety for one. I think the 2.7 to 3 meter wide paved pedestrian multi-use trail creates some real problems. Not so much for myself itself, but for people that have residences closer to Riverside Drive. I think from the volume of traffic that goes up and down Riverside Drive, it's a heavily traveled route, especially during commuter times and even higher speeds, especially later in the evening. I live at the corner of Ferry and Riverside Drive, and where they said the sight lines were very good. They're not good if you are coming off of Ferry on Riverside Drive looking westward. That's very difficult, and cars come around that very quickly. Also, the people that live very close between Les Bronx and Lacoste, a number of them are going to lose an awful lot of frontage, and I don't think that that is safe the way it's being constructed. The north side of the road, you have a continuous sidewalk path going from Les Bronx to Manning, and I feel that that is still a safer route than putting it on the south side. For myself in particular, because of the age of my house and the changes that have been made to the elevations due to the flood back in the 70s, my property is lower. A paved pedestrian multi-use trail is going to greatly increase the amount of water that comes onto my property. I did send in some pictures that they were going to try and post, but they're not being shown. I can understand why that didn't happen. But anyways, that trail being up to 3 meters in width, definitely 2.7 meters in width, is going to greatly increase the amount of water that comes onto my property in heavy storms. The only way they're going to be able to help do that is to berm it, and that's going to make it more difficult to maintain it with all the factors, with all the presentations that are going. You can see it. This is just before you get to Berry, and you can see that the Riverside Drive is pretty well even with the top of Riverside Drive with the second board on my fence. So that is lower. That's an issue with the precipitation. Snow in the wintertime from the snow plows makes it much more difficult to look after. And as you look down Riverside Drive there, looking eastward towards Manning, you can also see that my property would definitely be affected. My fence would probably be removed. I don't know if it would be reconstructed, but I was in indicated that it would be replaced. There is one tree that definitely will go, possibly a second tree further to the right might also be damaged sufficiently with any construction that goes on. So I think if you look at Riverside Drive, the north, 90% of that path between L'Esperance and Manning is either gravel or paved already. From the slides that were shown before, they were able to work around the fire hydrants and the trees, widening the pedestrian movement or the pedestrian walkways without removing all the fire hydrants or replacing them, without removing the trees. You have approximately 1 meter on the north already. Putting the other additional sidewalk there, as was originally mentioned by Mr. Becerra, they thought that that would be a good route until they got into the details of it. But from the details that I heard, they can be worked around rather than putting it all in the south. So my concerns, some of them are selfish in that fact that I'm going to have a fence removed, whether you will replace it or not, I do not know. I have concerns over the water, and I definitely have concerns over the safety, because Riverside Drive, not many people adhere to the posted speed limits, and it does get a lot of traffic. There are blind spots on the south side that you don't notice unless you're near Coronado or St. Pierre or Barrie. And Barrie is actually a collector for the subdivisions lying to the south that come up to Riverside Drive. It gets a fair amount of traffic, and they come around the corner very quickly, and it's a blind side looking west. Long sight line looking east towards Centennial, and that becomes a bit of a raceway. Thank you for the time, and I hope that you would take this into consideration in rethinking the trail.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham. Next, call upon Lori Newton, the Executive Director of Bike Windsor Essex.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor McNamara, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. It's a pleasure. As the Executive Director of Bike Windsor Essex, I have over a decade of experience in cycling advocacy, including working with local engineers, planners, and municipal staff on numerous active transportation projects, as well as providing cycling education to residents across the region. As the former chair of the Share the Road Cycling Coalition of Ontario, I worked with colleagues from across the province, the country, and North America to help inform the Ontario Ministry of Transportation's Book 18, to assist in the development of a cycling education curriculum for the province, and to provide input on countless infrastructure projects. I've ridden bicycles thousands of kilometers across Canada, the US, Europe, and the UK, and I'm fairly certain that I've experienced every possible type of infrastructure, both good and bad. I also drive a car. As I said, I'm grateful for the opportunity tonight in favor of Tecumseh's plan for a multi-use trail that will provide the long-awaited connection from Windsor's Ganacho Trail to the trail at Lakewood Park and on to St. Clair Beach, providing opportunities for families to enjoy the outdoor recreational activities safely. This project is much needed, and local cyclists are telling me, both residents of Tecumseh as well as those from outside of the town, that they enthusiastically support this project. You know, rarely is there a perfect road to add cycling facilities to, and even rare is there a municipal budget that can fund the Cadillac level separated facilities that we all frankly wish for. For decades, we've been building roads that prioritize people who drive cars and that allows them to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible. And we can't not provide safe spaces for vulnerable road users on our streets because people driving cars speed and thereby create dangerous streets for others. Today, forward-thinking communities are realizing that slowing down traffic is better for residents and for local businesses. They understand that roads that facilitate speeding drivers create dangerous streets for pedestrians and cyclists. And yet it isn't easy to find the funding or the buy-in to change how we create more equitable and safer streets for all people. I applaud Tecumseh for recognizing the need to provide opportunities for safe cycling and for walking in the community. As for specifics, obviously, we would prefer to see the trail 3 meter wide if and where possible to accommodate different users. And we're really pleased. The engineering report tonight was thorough and informative and exhaustive. And we're really pleased to see that wherever possible, they're going to strive for that 3 meter distance, width distance. And we're also aware that there are numerous trails across the region and the province that are similarly narrow due to insufficient space and barriers. So it's certainly not unprecedented. There are a lot of low volume residential driveways along this stretch. However, the potential risk for collisions is low. And importantly, we absolutely love that the engineers have recommended cross rides in intersections for the safety of cyclists. We would as well like to see paint on the path where there are driveways to remind car drivers, bicycle riders, and pedestrians to be aware of other users on the path. Education in the form of paint on the trail will be very, very important. And the trail absolutely must be on Riverside Drive, our region's waterfront arterial intended as a recreational corridor that is part of the provincial waterfront trail, a trail used by thousands of cycling tourists. Some of you might remember the Windsor Zigzag, the infamous Windsor Zigzag. That story went national. To send cyclists on long roundabout routes marginalizes folks on bikes and perpetrates prioritizing car drivers. We were also thrilled to hear that this trail could be the beginning of a reimagining of Riverside Drive in Tecumseh, a recommendation that we had intended to make this evening. We urge the town to recognize the different types of cyclists and that an experienced commuter cyclist will not and should not use this trail. The commuter cyclist, much like the commuter driver, is looking for the quickest, most direct route. Multi-use trails filled with pedestrians, dogs on long leashes, and children darting about are not favored. We hope Tecumseh will begin preparing a budget for a sooner than distant future, full reconstruction of Riverside Drive that will include buffered or protected bicycle lanes on both sides of the road for experienced riders. This would provide facilities for faster cycling while providing the added benefit of road calming to slow down speeding drivers. There is sufficient space on the road to do this, and the result would be a huge draw for those outside of the community to come experience and enjoy active transportation in Tecumseh. In closing, the proposed multi-use trail will be a tremendous facility, improving the safety of residents of Tecumseh and encouraging them to get outside and engage in healthy, active lifestyles. And we enthusiastically support the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Newton, for your submission. And I'm not sure, but if you have written submissions that haven't been posted with the clerk's office, and that's for everybody that's out there, please make sure that you enclose that and send it off to the clerk's office. Okay, next is Cheryl Crowder, resident.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Okay. Can I just clarify before my time starts that I have how many minutes? I was told 10 originally.
Well, with the amount that are here, you know, if you know, I'll give some flexibility. I'm saying 5, but obviously, if you know, if you go 6 or 7, I'm not going to jump in and.
I appreciate that. It's kind of hard to chop something down that quickly when you just get the message at the time. But anyway, I'll get started though. All right. So I'd like to talk about how I think this proposal falls short of creating connectivity within Tecumseh's active transportation system, and how a multi-use trail is not the best type of connector. If you use Ganacho and Lakewood Park trails, you know that they're very safely designed, they're very functional. You also know that the majority of the users are pedestrians. They're walking their dogs, they're out with their kids, they're getting some exercise, and they coexist very nicely with bicycle riders because those bicycle riders have lots of room to avoid collisions on a big, wide, 10.5-foot wide trail. These trails were designed to be both safe and functional, and they're in typical locations for this sort of a trail. Most design manuals say that multi-use trails have limited application. They're often in less developed areas. This proposal connects a multi-use trail to a multi-use trail using a multi-use trail. And we all know that these are the most expensive elements in active transportation systems, both to construct and to maintain. This specific location is even more expensive because a long time ago, it was developed as a residential area. And so it has the added expense of removing bell pedestal boxes, catch basins, manholes, water valves, trees, fences, and landscaping. It becomes even more fiscally irresponsible when you consider that Riverside Drive's road is slated for reconstruction. This major infrastructure project will affect elevation, grade, drainage, and other factors. So this is sort of like renovating your kitchen and taking the floor out, then putting the new floor in, then taking your cupboards out and realizing that you have to do your floor all over again because it has required a different configuration. Sorry. So this is both bad planning and is very costly. If this type of trail had been proposed in an appropriate location in the first place, it would also have avoided the emotional cost incurred upon the people who will lose trees, fences, and landscaping, and have swaths of asphalt across their lawns. I've learned recently that there are a lot of people in our community who lack empathy. And I know for those people, it's difficult to understand those costs when they themselves will not be affected, but they are genuine costs. The online threats, the name calling, and the bullying have also had a real measurable emotional cost. If the goal is to create connectivity in our community, we should be striving to connect more than just two locations. These systems are meant to encourage people to get out, moving to schools and recreation facilities, using human-powered transportation. The first step in encouraging connectivity and active transportation is to build sidewalks. And we have hardly any in this area, in this whole Little River to Riverside and Manning to the border with Windsor. There are a whole series of streets in this area that don't have a sidewalk even on one side. Sidewalks get walkers and dog walkers and baby strollers and children walking to school off the road and in a safe location. Despite what Mr. Bazaire said, a new sidewalk is definitely needed on the north side of Riverside Drive. It is in bad disrepair, and it should be built to the standards outlined in the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. So it would allow pedestrians of all ages and abilities to travel between the only two destinations that have been focused on in this proposal. Those people could safely cross Riverside at the traffic lights instead of the roundabout. And Tecumseh's own master transportation plan says roundabouts are especially make pedestrians, especially children and the elderly, particularly vulnerable because they do not have the right of way. Everyone who lives in this area knows that once you get off Manning, Tecumseh, and Riverside Drive, you can safely ride your bike on any of the quiet, low traffic streets in the area. On these streets, bicycles travel on the same side of the road as motor vehicles. So they are easily seen and anticipated by cars turning in and out of driveways and at intersections. That's not the case on a two-directional multi-use trail. It would be very easy and cost efficient to designate some of these quieter streets as local street bikeways or bicycle priority streets. They are inexpensive to create, have signs to alert drivers, keep children safe when riding bikes to school and recreation facilities. And they would not have to be altered in any way when Riverside Drive is reconstructed. If streets like Dillon, Little River, St. Thomas, and Tenniel and Lacasse were all bicycle priority streets, not multi-use trails, because they're not any more suited for a multi-use trail, except perhaps Little River than Riverside Drive is. But those 5 streets would connect to 10 parks, 2 churches, 5 trails, and to 3 ballparks, the swimming pool, the skate park, and Tecumseh Arena. That is what connectivity in an active transportation system should look like. But you also want to, and those would be north-south and east-west connections, but you also want to create connections within the region. To do this, you have to create links or fill the gap, as the report says. These links should also be for the serious cyclists. The section on Riverside referred to in the report as the gap could eventually become an important connector in the countywide active transportation system, the Great Lakes Trail, and the Trans-Canada Trail. Roadside bike lanes are the only way to do that. This would allow us to promote bicycle tourism and encourage cyclists who are visiting the city and the county to visit our community as well, to stay, eat in our restaurants, shop in our stores. A 2.4-kilometer path with 89 vehicle crossings will not fill that gap. If bike lanes were installed on Riverside, cyclists would be safer because the town's plan to create a pedestrian-friendly downtown in the Les France-Tecumseh Road area will leave Riverside Drive as the only east-west arterial route north of EC Road, forcing even more traffic here. Bike lanes would improve the flow of traffic on the road. Pedestrians wouldn't have to dodge bicycles on a poorly designed trail, and they would connect with the bike lanes at the other end of the natural trail and the ones that are planned in Windsor all the way along Riverside Drive. They'd also connect with the bike lanes to the east of us in Lakeshore. So my concern is it seems that someone got stuck a long time ago on the idea of building another multi-use trail and hasn't been able to consider all the safer designs for total connections within the community and the region. So you have to ask yourself, just what were these designers and engineers hired at taxpayers' expense to do? Were they asked to examine the existing infrastructure and assess how the system could be developed in the most safe, functional, and fiscally responsible way? Were they encouraged to be as creative as they could be in coming up with options? Or were they asked to develop a rationale for locating a particular type of facility in this particular location, and then to try to justify why they are ignoring some safety standards entirely and also using for the entire trail adjusted standards, which are only meant to be used in exceptional circumstances? People in the broader community should care about this. A lot of your tax money is being spent on a plan that opts out of the CWATS plan to make a county-wide cycling network. This plan leaves the gap in a growing county-wide, provincial, and national cycling system, and instead creates a route for slow, interrupted, potentially dangerous bike rides along one of the 3 busiest arterial roads in town. And it is additionally expensive because of the necessity to move so many utilities. If creating a connected active transportation system is the goal, this proposal totally misses the mark. And I think as taxpayers, we should not accept a third-rate trail if we want to be a first-rate community. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Crowder.
Thanks.
All right, our next delegation, Mr. Richard Fushi, resident. Good evening. All right, you're on, Mr. Fushi. Mr. Fushi, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah,
You're on.
okay, thank you. First, I'd like to thank Town Council for giving me this opportunity to speak my opinion. I have in front of me, for the sake of brevity and sticking to the point, I have a prepared statement, and I'm going to read it out to our listeners. The object of my presentation is to clarify the onus of responsibility between vehicle drivers and pedestrians, cyclists, baby carriages, etc. I'm doing this because the recommendations of Town Council leave unanswered questions on critical issues of pedestrian safety. Let's begin with the consultant's conclusion on the issue of, quote, conflict with vehicles entering, exiting driveways, end quote. This vital concern is promptly put to rest by the consultants with a wagging finger of advice that vehicle operators are responsible for ensuring the way is clear before entering, exiting the roadway, end quote. I cannot imagine a more specious piece of advice for the inhabitants of Riverside Drive, who must at times of day negotiate long lines of two-way traffic in order to exit their driveways. That there is no expanding record of traffic incidents in this area is all the proof needed that our drivers do not need this sort of advice as a solution. What is overlooked in this advice is the fact that the current challenge of Riverside traffic is the proposed inclusion of pedestrian and cyclist at traffic. I believe I speak for all drivers when I say that we are mindful of the danger that vehicles pose to pedestrians. And in the presence of pedestrians, none of us engages drive before engaging our brains. However, to gain a proper sight line and prepare for entrance into the flow of vehicles, it will be inevitable that cars will straddle the trail and present a barrier to pedestrian cycle flow. No amount of denial is going to make this reality and its inherent danger disappear. Council and their advisors defend against this concern by claiming that driver responsibility is no different where there are sidewalks. This is a faulty comparison to the north side of Riverside and its sidewalk. First, there are no intersecting roadways on that side, compared to the 12 on the south side. And that sidewalk has been a staple of pedestrian traffic for a long time. Drivers and walkers or riders have had considerable experience with each other over the years. Is it realistic to think that the south side will instantly adjust to the new challenge without potential danger? Consider as well the issue of right-of-way. The consultant's preparation states that, quote, cyclists and pedestrians have the right-of-way at stop-controlled intersections. Now, I had a picture that I wanted to display. It's very poor excuse for a visual aid, but I'll describe it. If you go down the Ganacho Trail, and this particular intersection was at Cora Greenwood. Standing on the trail, you will see a stop sign on either side of that road. That stop sign is clearly pointing at pedestrians. And the implication is that the right-of-way belongs to vehicles. Now, the consultant's presentation often claims, as council does, that the proposed trails is an extension of the Ganacho Trail. Anyone with eyes can see that the extension will never boast the green expanses of the Ganacho parkland, no matter how much damage council's bulldozers do. But if you are going to stick with that empty claim, should not council at least present users with the same rules? Under the proposal, the instant pedestrians cross into Tecumseh space, the right-of-way rules make a 180-degree turn. The confusion this causes is a clear danger to drivers and pedestrians, and that confusion will carry over to our large number of intersecting driveways, which will bear no instructions. How will the average pedestrian be made aware of their responsibility when confronted with an exiting or entering vehicle? No answer has been given for this vital question. In addition, the consultants dropped this incredible statement on us. The trail provides separation from motorists. I know that they're talking about the roadway, but I took the time to count resident vehicles on a Sunday morning. The observed figure was 113. But since many driveways were empty and garages closed, that is likely not a complete figure. Furthermore, it does not count the potential for additional traffic at the 12 intersecting roads. How exactly were council and its consultants going to create this so-called separation from this phalanx of vehicles? Another statement with questionable roots is, quote, the most effective measure for improving cyclist safety is increasing the number of cyclists, end quote. This is faulty on two fronts. First, this is not a battle between differing transportation forms. Swamping the trail with numbers will do nothing to make it safer or make the 113 plus vehicles disappear. Furthermore, there is sufficient evidence that serious cyclists won't even use the spacious Ganacho, preferring to stay on the road. They are not likely at all to entertain the thought of using a stretch with some 90 interruptions and 50 plus telephone poles. Eventually, this growing and influential group whose safety has been completely ignored will eventually force this issue to be revisited at cost to taxpayers' additional money. Let me conclude by addressing this statement. There is no situation, this quote, there is no situation along the route where trail cannot be accommodated. The obvious question is, did they even bother to look? And if they had, how could they so glibly miss those numerous homes whose driveways will be severely diminished? The answers given are to the affected citizens of Tecumseh. And I emphasize affected citizens of Tecumseh, because these are the ones who will pay if council makes a mistake and whose opinions should matter the most. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fushi, for your comments. All right, we'll move on to Mr. Parent. And after Mr. Glenn Ross, we're going to take just a health break for about 5 minutes because that's going to take us to the top of the hour after 9 o'clock. So, Mr. Parent?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, fellow delegates, and all those viewing this virtually. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak about the concerns I have for the Riverside Trail proposal. First, I want to start to say that it's important that the trail has been presented and is being misunderstood. The proposal has been called an extension of the Ganacho Trail, and I believe this is misleading. The Ganacho Trail is an award-winning design and checks off all of the multi-use trail requirements without compromise. And I emphasize without compromise. The Ganacho Trail was constructed on a vast open parcel of publicly owned green space. It's set back safely away from Riverside Drive and has few interruptions, like intersecting streets and driveways. In contrast, the Riverside Trail has many constraints and will be squeezed into a space restricted to the town's easement on the south side of Riverside Drive. Consider this: users will have to navigate the proposed Riverside Trail around 57 hydro poles across 77 driveways and cross 12 busy intersecting streets that feed onto Riverside Drive. Traffic data shows that 8,000 to 15,000 vehicles per day use Riverside Drive, and between 1,200 and 1,800 exceed the speed limit. That's unacceptable. The urban makeup of Riverside Drive is technically not an ideal choice for the installation of a two-directional multi-use trail. I know we can do better, and I've been saying that over and over and over again. Professional traffic engineers and certified planners who have advised us that due to the significant constraints and the limitations along Riverside Drive, they would not recommend a two-directional multi-use trail at all, which is contrary to what your reports have stated this evening. They strongly recommend that a different design or route altogether be considered. Based on best practices and without compromise, our technical consultants have stated that the Riverside Trail proposal compromises the safety of users and drivers. Our advisors have also suggested that this does not mean, and I emphasize that this does not mean there cannot be a functional design. It just means that a two-directional trail should not be installed on Riverside Drive due to these constraints. The report we have reviewed has rejected a number of alternative design solutions. And perhaps this is because the consultants did not have all the data necessary to make a proper comparison. A major conclusion with the report relies heavily on filling the gap on Riverside Drive. There's no technical reason to support this conclusion. Therefore, it may or may not hold water or weight. The report also prefers a two-directional multi-use trail over alternative design options. The report ignores the fact that Riverside Drive between L'Esperance and Manning Road is nearing the end of its life term. Within the next 4 to 6 years, Riverside Drive will have to be reconstructed. The report does not consider the obvious advantages of this reconstruction. For example, relocating utilities, catch basins, fire hydrants, etc., all have not been costed out. If this report had considered these factors, these conclusions published in the report would be much different. I'm confident of that. Most, if not all, the design alternatives would then be viable solutions during the reconstruction. Riverside Drive will be reconstructed, so why hasn't the reconstruction effort been considered as a vital component in this report's conclusion? Regardless of the reconstruction of Riverside Drive, a two-directional trail, multi-use trail, has too many unmitigated constraints to function safely. And that's the key point, to function safely due to the constraints. The current report still lacks enough information and analysis to responsibly determine the best alternative design. An example, the report introduces only a single route comparison, even though there are many, many more to consider. And it doesn't consider the advantages gained by the reconstruction of Riverside Drive. Further, in the Bizarre comments and found on slide 34 in the report, it states the proposed alternative route consists of low volume residential roads. The road itself will be a viable alternative for recreation use rather than an off-trail route. Council must review this note carefully because the conclusion drawn provides evidence that if this existing alternate road is considered, the real cost would be nominal or significantly less expensive when compared to the Riverside Trail proposal. Why did the report not cover or explore this viable alternative route more thoroughly, or even consider it in combination with other options? Council should insist that this alternative route in combination with other design options be explored. For example, a 1.5 meter sidewalk installed on the south side of Riverside Drive, combined with the viable alternative route, as well as the sidewalk on the north side, would still be well below the cost of the Riverside Trail. This combined alternative solution fills the gap, increases the east-west connectivity for less money. Another obvious gap in the report is the absence of reference to the current sidewalk on the north side, that it is currently filling the gap for pedestrians. Mind you, it's still in deficit situation. Funding for the Riverside Trail proposal abandons the sidewalk on the north side. Many of the issues on the north side will be addressed during the realignment. At least we have been led to believe this through different conversations with councilors, that these issues will be addressed during the realignment of Riverside Drive. So too can many of the design alternatives on the south side if we wait to combine the two. The next concern is the estimated cost of the Riverside Trail. The trail will cost $1.24 million. That's $500 a meter or $153 a foot. The estimate doesn't include the annual cost of maintenance, nor does it include repair costs to the sidewalk to the north. Riverside Drive and the current sidewalk on the north are in deficit. Sections of the current road and sidewalk are crumbling because the lifespan has expired. Many sections of both are impassable to non-motorized vehicles. In the future, council will vote on whether the Riverside Trail proposal is acceptable. I believe it is not, because there are still too many questions that remain unanswered. I leave you with the following questions because we need more information. There are too many gaps in the report to make any long-term or final decisions at this point of the process. I would like to know why there were not more alternative routes considered. It seems that the design options were restricted to Riverside Drive only, and there was only one alternative route considered. What was the reason for this restricted scope on design alternatives, and why was only a single alternative route presented? Next, based on the evidence found on slide 34, a viable alternative was discovered. Why was there not a complete cost analysis done on this alternative route to understand its value to the community and to the town's transportation master plan? And finally, we need to understand more about the realignment of Riverside Drive and how this project will mitigate the alternate design disadvantages presented in the report tonight. Will council insist that the Riverside Trail be combined with the realignment of Riverside Drive? Because when combined, the two proposals allow for an alternate design choice, which will be more cost-effective, will mitigate many of the alternative disadvantages that the consultants tonight had discounted for a number of reasons. And also, and what is more important here is that when they're combined, economies of scale are achieved, and it saves the town and the taxpayers greatly. I strongly believe that nothing should be done until the road realignment is ready to begin. And I thank you for your time this evening, your worship and members of council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parent. And your submission, has it been given to the clerk?
Yes, I'll make sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have next is Mr. Glenn Ross, a resident, and then after Mr. Ross, we'll take a 5-minute pause. Mr. Ross?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. First off, like everybody else, I'd just like to thank everybody for their time tonight. This is a hot topic, and as everybody knows, there's been a few grenades thrown in along the way. I'm Glenn Ross, as the mayor mentioned, and I live on what I call Cheapside Drive, because it just seems that every time you tell somebody you live on Riverside Drive, the thought goes, oh, you're one of those rich guys that live on the drive, eh? And being a city slicker that came from Calgary 27 years ago and moving to the county, it was quiet. When I moved here 27 years ago, 94, this was a quiet town. Manning Road didn't even have streetlights. Now, I mean, it was the county. Nobody expected streetlights in the city, right? No. Anyway, I was very fortunate. I worked in the newspaper business for 35 years. During that time, I saw a lot of reports. I saw a lot of stories covering from A to Z. When we wrote a report, we were always taught to always put your best foot forward. By all means, don't distort the truth or mislead the reader. Now, tonight, I'm just here to try and just put some common sense to all this, because everybody has wants and needs in life. The town's got wants and needs. Everybody wants a safe place to live. Everybody wants garbage pickup. We used to have it twice a week. We got it once now, but still we have garbage pickup. There again, cost is always a factor. Now, when it comes to wants, people want soccer fields. They want parks. They want diamonds. They want all those kind of things. And of course, now everybody wants a bicycle trail. We rode bikes all our lives in the kids, but we were older then. There was less traffic. In opening up the proposal from the establishment here, I was a little surprised, and I thought perhaps we put a little bit too much lipstick on the front cover. I mean, it was a beautiful cover, but it left the impression that riding down 68 front streets or front yards on Riverside Drive South was going to be just like riding in a park. My wife even joked a little bit, saying that maybe the town's going to buy us all out and plant trees and make this really a park. Well, of course, we know that's not going to happen. So what I'd like to just explain, and a lot of people have gone through everything. You've got the one side, of course, the bicycle people that think this is the best thing since sliced bread. And then you've got the residents. Now, it's never affecting anybody until it affects you, whether that's your health, whether that's your finances. Nothing affects you in life unless it affects you. So if you look at it, and Cheryl mentioned it, and I did some driving around, it's funny because we talk about in the master plan about sidewalks. Well, I figure, and there again, I'm not the kind that could say that 60% is the right number, but I would think about 60% of Tecumseh roads or streets don't have any sidewalks. Go down L'Esperance, look on the right-hand side, most of them don't have sidewalks. Where do they park their trucks, their SUVs? On city property. Now, have they taken care of it with their driveway? Of course they have. In looking at the supporters of the trail, which of course, there's two sides to a coin. Some of the supporters, like I saw 2 residents away up on Shawnees that had signs supporting the trail, which is fine, but they have no sidewalks. They also have, I would say, about 3 kilometers to walk, ride, whatever they do to get to the trail. So they need to travel 3 kilometers to go 2 kilometers to go to the park. So that brings up the park. Lakewood Park, a beautiful place. We go there all the time with the kids. A great investment by the town. But also, most people, I don't know what the percentage would be, drive to the park. How many times have you driven to the park to try to find a parking spot only to have to wait till somebody leaves so you can park there? What percentage that would be, I don't know. So there again, is somebody going to walk 2 kilometers to get to the trail, 2 kilometers to walk the trail, walk around the park to walk back again? I don't know. That's possible. But I mean, these are the kind of issues. So the only other thing I had, and like a lot of people, The trail down Little River. I mean, I know in the design, you've got it going all the way back to Riverside Drive. Well, Little River dumps right into the park. If you watch people, they walk straight across the street into the park and away they go. So that factor isn't really true. Anyway, so what do we need to do? I'm a sales guy. I've been a sales guy all my life. Everybody says the problem is we don't have any money. So there is talk, of course, about doing something with the drive 10 years down the road. And like even Paul said, the drive is in disrepair. If you look at, come from Manning Road, turn left on the drive and come down the drive, the north side, it looks pretty bad. I don't know whether we spent a nickel, a dollar, or a dime on that side, but it looks bad. The south side, because of it's our front yard versus the water side, which is their backyard, the south side seems to be in a little more repair, but that's my personal opinion. What I'd like to suggest is instead of waiting 10 years, we need to move now. The mayor has always said that he wants to keep the retirees and the seniors in Tecumseh. He doesn't want people moving out. He wants them to stay here. Well, how do we do that? I think, and there again, this may not be the right terminology, but I think we need to push forward a referendum in the upcoming 2020 election. And what we do, when you play, you gotta pay. So what I suggest, and I don't know what the number is, say 5%, we put 5% on the taxes. We get everybody to vote on it. And like Mayor has mentioned, 85% of the people in Tecumseh want the trail. Well, if there's 85%, I'm sure 62% of 85 will vote to pay the money. And I mean, sure, it sounds like, you know, $150 or $250 in your taxes, which in the old days was a lot of money. Today, you can't go for dinner. Maybe twice you can go for dinner, and that's $250. So give the town the money, give the council the money, do it right. Build the street, build the road, first off, to make it look good. There's room to put the bicycle trails there, just like in the presentation. Build it. If you really need another sidewalk down Riverside Drive South, do a sidewalk. Because when you look at the pictures of St. Clair Beach, the telephone poles are way far back. Come to my house, the telephone pole is like 6 feet off the drive. Then there's the sidewalk. For 23 years, there was no sidewalk in front of my house. Canada Post decided, oh, let's put a post office box at Riverside Drive, right on the corner. How long did that last? Somebody complained about what? Safety. Safety was a big concern. So guess what? The boxes were moved because of safety. The same safe spot, everybody's going to ride, walk, drive, whatever they do. The post office moved the boxes. Why did they? I don't know. You guys know. I don't know. But we still have a sidewalk. Anyway, in closing, I think if you think of the residents and the stakeholders on the drive, we've probably paid, and I don't know, somebody at the council would know, we probably paid somewhere between $6 and $10 million in taxes over the years. Depends how long you lived here. Depends how big your house is. So I think there is some stakeholder that should be involved in the process. I would like to see a committee formed of 2 or 3 residents, 4 residents, whatever the council deems necessary to get involved, because I'm a realist. I'm an old guy.
I'm going to ask you, Mr. Ross.
One minute. I'm an old guy, and I can see the writings on the wall. This isn't my first rodeo. I know what's happening out there. So all we need to do is get the residents involved. Get them involved, look at where the trail, now especially if it's going to 9 feet, that's really wide. And there again, is every one of the bicycle people going to have their bell on there when they go zooming by? I don't think so. My good friend Andrew Dowie was talking to me 8 o'clock on a Saturday night before lockdown. 2 boys went bombing by on the sidewalk. I tell you, if we didn't jump out of the way, they could have had us for sure. Anyway, I'd like to say thank you, and hopefully everything moves forward in the way it should. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Okay, before we go to Mr. Mueller, let's take 5 minutes just for a health break, and then we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Many more people.
Just wait for Councillor Jobin and Councillor Altenhoff. All right, we're all back. I see Mr. Mueller, you're on, ready to go. And so the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. To Your Worship, members of council, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I certainly don't envy any of your position as to how you have to make a decision on this. If anybody thinks the Prime Minister or the Premier has tough decisions to make, I don't think they've attended a council meeting and heard the voices of so many members of the town of Tecumseh. I've sent a note to the clerk, and my emphasis is really around safety, but from a different perspective than being talked about so far. And that is the speeding and the passing and the tailgating that's going on Riverside Drive with this huge increase in traffic. I do believe that council should consider asking the administration to look into putting a 40-kilometer speed limit on all of Riverside Drive from the town limit right through. There's already a speed limit of 40 kilometers around the Montessori school, and I think we should look at that for the whole town. In addition, I would ask council to consider putting in roundabouts at various locations in order to slow down traffic. Slide 57 in the presentation tonight talked about the speeds, average speeds on Riverside Drive. I imagine I bring that speed limit down by quite a bit because whenever I'm driving at 50 kilometers or less, I have a lineup of traffic behind me of at least 7 to 8 cars every time, people tailgating, wanting to pass me. So it's very frustrating from a safety perspective as to how we should be looking at Riverside Drive. As far as the trail goes, I would ask council to think, if we were to start out with a clean sheet of paper, what would we do? The number of people tonight have presented on the basis that at one point in time, Riverside Drive is going to be reconstructed. So we should think about what does that mean and what would that look like? And is now the time to spend the dollars on a multi-use trail, or should we look at options 3 and 4 that were presented tonight that really talked about the cycle track, which I hadn't heard that term before, but I understand it now, and consider that we do already have an existing sidewalk for pedestrians. So the cycle track on the north and south side would help deal with the cyclist issue, and that we would also be able to deal directly with the pedestrians on the existing sidewalk. And in particular, as council is going to look at what's going to happen to Riverside Drive in the long term, how does that fit into the overall plan? So I really just wanted to focus on those few things. My son Jonathan has also written a letter to the clerk, which I hope council's had a chance to review. And both of us live on the north side. I've been a resident of Tecumseh on Riverside Drive for 48 years. So I have seen quite a few changes, and I would encourage council to look at some alternatives that are being presented tonight and consider moving forward, particularly around the safety issue and the speed limit on Riverside Drive. Thank you again.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mueller, for your comments. Okay, next, Mr. Darren Drulard.
Hello, thank you, Your Worship and members of council. As you know, my name is Darren Drulard. I grew up here in Tecumseh. One of the previous comments said that they moved here way back 27 years ago in 1994. I moved here in 1973. I grew up here, lived all my life here, and I've returned to town to raise my own family here. So I volunteer, I take pride in the community. Today, I'd like to speak to you in support of the proposed multi-use trail, in support of the recommendation as brought forth by Dillon Consulting and Bezaire Partners. As I said, I'm a longtime resident of Tecumseh. My family's been here for generations. We use the parkland and trails often. I regularly walk or dog down this very stretch of Riverside Drive, either to or from Lakewood Park or to or from the Ganacho Trail where it picks up after L'Esperance Road. From our house specifically, our regular point of egress to Riverside Drive would either be at the intersection of Berry Avenue if I'm heading west, or Centennial Drive if I'm heading east, or quite often the pedestrian path opposite Star of the Lake Park where it comes through from the subdivision. From there, we'd make our way east or west along Riverside to either Lakewood Park or Ganacho Trailhead, as I mentioned. Currently, as there's nowhere to walk on the south side of Riverside, as we arrive at this road, we have to dart across busy Riverside Drive at either one of those uncontrolled intersections. It would be a lot safer for me, my children, and other thousands of residents who live south of Riverside to be able to walk along the south side of that busy roadway without having to cross Riverside. Riverside, as we know, is an arterial road, and there really is not a realistic alternative to redirect this traffic anywhere else. Once we are lucky enough to find a gap in traffic to get across to the north side of Riverside, it's been discussed that sidewalk there is a problem. We realize it is below grade of most of the properties along there. It's often flooded over, covered in mud, and impassable. And this is owing to the original design of the road. We regularly encounter cyclists using that sidewalk because, as mentioned, it is unsafe for them on the road. And even when we encounter pedestrians walking towards us, slower pedestrians in front of us, or joggers approaching quickly from behind, there's not enough room to pass on the narrow sidewalk. One of us must move onto the dirt shoulder to get around. As I've mentioned, the ground is uneven, the sidewalk is in a horrible state of disrepair, and moving a path here, having the same grading issues as there, is not a proper solution. That's why I was thrilled with the release of the study, which took into account all things considered and brought forth the recommendation that the trail be constructed on the south side of Riverside from L'Esperance to Manning Road. I'm dismayed that a small group of residents have fought so hard to block something that an overwhelming majority of townspeople want to move ahead forward. While I sympathize with those that don't want the trail running in front of their house, I've read every report, every recommendation, all the publications, and I feel their concerns have been addressed adequately and fairly. We've held multiple public consultations on this, and I feel that the folks from Bezaire and Associates and Dillon Consulting have done a great job in addressing all those concerns. I've heard lots of arguments about being able to just simply cross Riverside and cross back on the other side, and they don't have to cross all those 12 side streets. Everyone keeps talking about the 12 side streets. Well, this may be the case for the odd person who's walking from west of L'Esperance all the way to Lakewood Park. This is not the case for the vast majority of Tecumseh residents who will come to Riverside Drive at any one of the 9 side streets in between L'Esperance and Manning. They're going to approach from one of those side streets. When they get there, as mentioned, there is nowhere for them to go except across Riverside. As for me, once this trail is constructed, when I arrive at Riverside Drive, say at Centennial, and I turn to walk towards Lakewood Park, the only street I'll have to cross before reaching Manning is Grace Road, which has a stop sign for vehicular traffic as they approach Riverside, giving right away to the pedestrians crossing. I personally would much rather cross Grace Road than to have to cross Riverside Drive twice where vehicles have the right of way. If I arrive in Riverside at Berry, when I'm heading west to L'Esperance, I have to cross Riverside Drive twice currently, once at Berry and then back again at Lacoste where there is now a newly constructed sidewalk taking me from Lacoste to Les France on the south side. Once the new trail is constructed, I can stay on the south side and would only have to cross Coronado Drive and Lacoste Boulevard to reach the same point where the sidewalk is. Coronado has almost zero traffic, and both it and Lacoste also both have stop signs at Riverside giving right of way to pedestrians. Again, a much safer alternative than having to dart across Riverside at uncontrolled intersections as cars race by. The safety of pedestrians should be our foremost concern while making this decision. And it's been proven through these studies that extending the trail on the south side of Riverside is in fact the safest option. There's other arguments that I've heard, but I think they've all been pretty much addressed by others in the thing already. But the biggest bit of information I keep hearing is with the group of residents attempting to block this, is they continue to call out Desire and Dillon Consulting the reports as incorrect, or accusing them of falsifying the reports, or not gathering all the data, or not having all the information. And I have no reason to believe why they would falsify this. These professional engineers are putting their names, reputations, and licenses on the line, professionally backing this project. This small group of residents continue to cite their own experts. One of the guys said that our own technical advisors who looked into it. Who are these technical advisors? Who are these experts? And why are they too cowardly to put their own names on the reports attacking their professional colleagues? I think Paul has stepped forward and Andrea Winter has stepped forward, and they've put their own name, they put their own licenses on the line. So if we want to believe
wrap up
what licensors are doing, they're doing that, right? So I thank the council for listening to the concern of all the residents, but I believe all the points have been addressed, and I think they've all been addressed time and time again. I wanted to let the council know here that for a small minority trying to stop this from happening, the vast majority of us taxpayers and longtime residents are in support of the recommendation. Especially during the times of COVID, we realize the importance of our public trail system. People are walking more, and the trails that are being developed by the town are providing our residents with something integral to mental and physical health. Thank you for your time, and let me conclude by saying to the mayor and members of council, please extend this trail.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Drouillard, for your comments. I would ask the delegates as well, just if you can keep it, as tight as you can. I'll allocate, some deviation, but it's just that time. I'd like to make sure that everyone has that opportunity to speak, and also the opportunity for questions, from members of council. In particular.
Absolutely. Sorry, Your Worship. I will forward on the full recommendation to the clerk.
I would
report.
Thank you again, Mr. Drouillard. Now, Carol and Rhonda DeGraff, residents.
I'm here. Okay.
I hear you.
In lieu of the time, I did cut my what I was going to talk about in half, and so the slides that I had submitted, they'll just be there for future reference.
Yeah, and make sure that it gets to the clerk's office, so that we can include all of that into the minutes.
Okay, so I do appreciate Mayor McNamara and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. So I would like to talk to you about how the proposed trail is going to impact many of the residents on Riverside Drive and their quality of life and their property values. With the hopes of greater transparency and accountability, I wish to explore ways to better measure the effects on this community. What type of metrics is council using to assess the viability of the multi-use trail along Riverside Drive? How are you, the members of council, measuring the social impacts that will follow and will be defined by your decision for the proposed design and location of the sought-after connection route? If the core objective of this project is to create social value for your community, then it only makes sense that you should consider placing the stakeholders at the heart of your decision-making. If you are strictly collecting quantitative data and responses to close-ended questions, then you are not considering the true social impacts, and you are not anywhere close to understanding how the town's actions will affect the surrounding community. For instance, if you plan If your plan is going to kill or damage 10 trees, but you're going to plant 25 new young trees, and your conclusion is that our net gain is a higher number of trees than we started with, and the new plantings will balance out the negative aspects of the lost trees, then you are clearly calculating measurements that deliver little insight into how your community is actually impacted. If you ask the question, would you like it to extend the Ganacho Trail that connects to the Lakewood Trail? I think that you will have an overwhelming number of supporters for your project, and that includes myself and my family. But let's remind ourselves that this is not a Ganacho or a Lakewood Trail. It is not a public park. It's not a social gathering space. It is a transportation route with a means to get from point A to point B. It is one of many routes that achieve the same goal of linking the Ganacho and the Lakewood Trail. Bicycle lanes and sidewalks are just as good a solution, if not better, for avid cyclists. My family has been working hard for over 30 years, sacrificing and saving, to purchase our forever home. We chose our home in Tecumseh for the tall, majestic trees that are on our private property, and these trees are irreplaceable. I've spoken to many of my neighbors, and they're all equally distraught about the potential impacts on their trees and how they enjoy their properties. They each shared their own unique stories that highlight the devastating impact that the potential trail would cause to their quality of life. One neighbor shared her story about the beautiful tree in front of her home. It was planted in memory of a lost loved one. Another shared that she suffered from depression and how the many songbirds and the animal families that live in her trees were able to lift her spirits. There are many, many, many more stories, which I'm sure some of you have heard. It appears that council may be assessing this decision based on several groups, and you are simply looking to balance the interests of each of those individual groups. If you decide to quantify the town's residents simply as numbers, and by doing so, taking away our personal identities, you're essentially observing loss and gain through a numerical lens rather than assessing the impact on the residents' quality of life. Shouldn't the benefits and the loss be measured as well? Should you not group your stakeholders into primary and secondary categories, such as the neighborhood which is most impacted, and then the overall community? Does your assessment assign the same weight to the benefit of an occasional trail user who will gain one more route to get them to Lakewood Park as you would assign to the loss for the families who are wholeheartedly invested into their everyday homes and the enjoyment of their private properties, where they will unquestionably be affected by the proposed trail in its current form? I feel that your current metrics are discounting the residents of this Tecumseh neighborhood. We are being penalized as homeowners of Riverside Drive. The social impact is felt by many in the community, but there's no question that it is felt by the people living in the immediate neighborhood. There are many lawn signs to illustrate that an alternative solution needs to be sought. We feel strongly that your current metrics sideline the views of the major stakeholders, and we ask that you engage in a multiple stakeholder assessment to weigh each group more accurately. This will help to ensure that the investment and changes that the council endorses will be long-term beneficial changes. It will ensure that the outcome of these changes have a positive social impact for all of your constituents. With a little more effort and creativity, I know that there are several viable solutions to be identified, which will not have a negative social impact upon homeowners and will satisfy the goal of adding active transportation networks throughout our community. So thanks for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Now I'd like to call upon Mr. Wes Bayshar, co-organizer of Extend the Trail campaign.
Good evening, Mayor McNamara and honorable council members. I would like to speak to you tonight about what the Ganacho Trail expansion is to our community and how through building pathways we connect communities. I speak not only on my behalf, but on behalf of the hundreds of residents who in the last 2 months have joined the Extend the Trail advocacy group. I'm sure by now you've seen the hundreds of signs out around Tecumseh and they signal the desire to move forward now. I'd like to first speak about what this trail can bring our community, which is in essence, a connection through and to this town that we all love dearly. Many of us are spending more time outdoors due to the certain pandemic, and that means we're walking, cycling, and jogging more than ever. I believe active transportation multi-use trails are an incredible investment, as they provide fantastic opportunities for residents to move throughout the town. It is clear that the town council also shares these same values, as many multi-use trails have cropped up through the town of Tecumseh around our various parks, neighborhoods, and amenities. The big problem is that most of these trails are not connected. I'm sure we all agree that Lakewood Park has been a fantastic addition to the community, providing trails, plenty of open spaces, and activities that can be enjoyed throughout the year, ranging from disc golf to pond hockey. I understand upgrades to the Manning Road multi-use trail are currently in the works. This trail currently connects a few neighboring streets to the trails at Lakewood Park, greatly increasing access to this gem of a community park. Future plans for active transportation have this trail extending beyond St. Gregory to connect with the existing trail on Tecumseh Road, which connects to Brighton Road, and additional trail connections at Kensington Boulevard. The network is clearly growing, and with each connecting segment, the entire network offers greater opportunities for mobility, recreation, and accessibility. Consider how perfect it would be to walk, cycle, or jog from Old Tecumseh Road through to the Ganacho Trail system in Windsor. These are all neighborhoods with active residents looking to spend more time outdoors with their families, safely separated from major thoroughfares. While connecting Old Tecumseh Road to Ganacho Trail is exciting, I'm personally more excited about the trail on Riverside Drive from L'Esperance to Manning Road. I live off Lacasse Boulevard, and having 7 connecting neighboring streets with direct access to safe and accessible multi-use trail is simply amazing. We have 2 iconic and celebrated locations on either side of the proposed trail extension. Windsor's Ganacho Trail to the west, with more than 5 kilometers of trails, forested areas, rivers, ponds, natural escapes, and our beautiful Lakewood Park with trails, streams, ponds, lake access, and other amenities to the east. I can't think of 2 better gems to connect together with the multi-use trail. This trail connection on Riverside Drive South will connect communities and provide easy access to all adjoining neighborhoods through a direct, safe route as proposed. It is also worth considering the trail's impact on the entire trail system of the town of Tecumseh and beyond, which is growing rapidly and consistently. There is currently a multi-use trail proposed for L'Esperance between Riverside and McNarton. This trail system connects back to Ganacho Trail by McNarton on the south side, with access to the trail system at Blue Huron via Ganacho Trail. The entire interconnected route will serve our community with over 20 kilometers of active transportation and outdoor space. Dream big with me for a second now. If the system keeps growing, the town, in collaboration with the city of Windsor, could one day host a marathon of 42 kilometers with minimal disruption to traffic if and only if there's a connected system of trails. These amenities are what makes our town, with existing dedication of parkland and green spaces. Connecting these neighborhoods simply provides a better quality of life and something we can enjoy for generations to come. We currently have a well-used multi-trail from Manning Road to Brighton Road on Riverside Drive South. This trail too suffered from delays and over-exaggerated fears of accidents, safety worries, flooding concerns, just like the current trail extension is facing, but now completed, is well beloved by the community and constantly used. Connecting to this Manning to Brighton Road Trail is the Brighton Trail that connects to Old Tecumseh and its multi-use trail. It's time to move forward. We let a very vocal minority tell us to rethink this trail extension for over 3 years now, and I will tell you now, the majority of residents have thought long enough. As a community, we've expensed additional reports, 3 in fact, all which came to the same conclusion. The trail should be placed on Riverside South between L'Esperance and Manning Road. Enough is enough. How many reports need to come to the same conclusion before we move forward? How much money do we need to spend appeasing a small minority over public right-of-way land before we can move forward? A small number of Tecumseh residents, including myself, were able to gather more than 300 people together in less than 2 months. You see the signs all over the community, 200 signs in fact. If we had spent half the time the opposing residents spent over the last few years, we'd likely have the entire town officially signed up to move forward on this project. The vast majority sees the value in providing an interconnected trail system for everyone to enjoy. I'm aware the town believes at least 85% of residents are in favor of the extension, so let's make that happen now. No more delays, no more expensive reports of the same conclusion. Let's build a lasting legacy that our entire community can experience and enjoy for generations to come. Mayor McNamara and honorable council members, I implore you now to do what's right and move this project forward as recommended with the support of the vast majority of your residents, constituents, and neighbors. Now, I'll leave you with one final consideration. When we created our yard signs for Extend the Trail Advocacy Group, we found a wonderful photo of the Tecumseh sign at the Ganacho Trail. In an effort to gain permission to use this photo, I was able to contact the photographer. Not only did we get the permission to use the photo, but I was told her husband is in a wheelchair. Together to visit the Ganacho Trail and other area multi-use trails as they allow her husband to experience the outdoors in a safe, accessible way. Without these multi-use trails, these outdoor opportunities would not be possible. Thank you for listening, and I hope for our town's future that we can move forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Béchard. Now I'd like to call upon Ms. Lisa Levac, ride leader and co-founder of Tecumseh Windsor Slow Ride.
Good evening, Mayor McNamara and honorable town councilors. I'm here tonight to sincerely encourage and implore you to continue with the Southside multi-purpose pathway on Riverside Drive. I'm a resident of Tecumseh and my house is located on the corner of Dillon and L'Esperance. I'm an avid proponent of active transportation as well as outdoor recreation, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Tecumseh Windsor Slow Ride. The Tecumseh Windsor Slow Ride is an all ages community group bike ride through the streets of Tecumseh and East Windsor. We meet weekly and have approximately 80 to 100 riders ride with us every week, and it's a great example of our community at its finest. Our ride is organized and led by volunteers, and there's absolutely no cost to any of our riders. The ride is open to people of all ages and abilities, and our riders come from all over Essex County, including Amherstburg, LaSalle, and Leamington every week to come and enjoy the beautiful streetscapes of Tecumseh. Over the past 3 years, our riders have formed friendships, and the feedback from our participants is overwhelmingly positive. The camaraderie and welcoming and community spirit is evident to anyone who joins our ride. Tecumseh is our beloved town. It was a deliberate and conscious decision to put Tecumseh before Windsor when we chose the name for our group. We are ingrained into the fabric of its history and dedicated to its future. I can think of no better way to showcase our town and beautiful streetscapes than on a bicycle. We consistently try to highlight the beautiful parks and trails in Tecumseh. Unfortunately, there is one area that is a blackout area for our rides, and that's the L'Esperance to Manning corridor along Riverside Drives. With narrow lanes, it is simply, and the road in the shape it's in, multiple blind spots, it simply isn't safe. This applies not only to our group rides, but also for me as a solo cyclist. Aside from being an avid cyclist and ride leader and main route planner for the Tecumseh Windsor Slow Ride, I'm a mother and grandmother who strongly promotes living a healthy and active lifestyle. I love nothing more than early morning walks with my grandchildren on the weekend at Lakewood Park. I consider Lakewood the jewel of Tecumseh, and I'm proud to showcase that park to visitors to Tecumseh. It is encouraging to see so many of our forward-thinking communities and municipalities throughout Essex County realize the importance and advantages to incorporating safe infrastructure for active transportation and outdoor recreation into their urban planning. By having a multi-purpose pathway along Riverside Drive, Tecumseh would contribute to this narrative by establishing a safe route directly between Windsor and Lakeshore. As the engineering study clearly confirmed, the Southside multi-purpose pathway on Riverside Drive just makes sense. It's the best plan to move forward with. It makes sense for walkers, for runners, for cyclists, and for people with limited abilities. It makes sense to everyone except the small group of individuals who have grown accustomed to utilizing the publicly owned easement as their own private property. It is the job of all community leaders to take under consideration that which serves the interest of the town of Tecumseh in its entirety. Tonight, I speak not only on behalf of myself and my immediate family, but also on behalf of someone who cannot be here tonight, but was present and involved at every other public information meeting regarding this trail. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the founder of the Tecumseh Windsor Slow Ride, my dad, Alan Imlay, who passed away on March 14th of this year. This trail expansion was extremely important to him. It was important enough that during our last conversation, moments before he was intubated, and just after telling me that he loved me and was proud of me, he asked me to continue to fight for this trail. Although I agreed without hesitation and continued to be outspoken ever since for this trail, I really didn't understand why, of all things, this was his last request. If you knew my dad personally, you would know without a doubt that he wasn't the type to want this trail because of any legacy reason or to have a monument dedicated in his name. He was a quiet, humble person and just wasn't that type of guy. I've taken the past few weeks to really reflect on why this trail was just so important to him. My dad loved riding the trails with friends and family throughout Essex County. He was thoroughly impressed by what Lakeshore and LaSalle had constructed as far as urban infrastructure that supported cycling, and he thoroughly enjoyed frequenting those pathways and bike lanes throughout their neighborhoods. He loved Tecumseh, and he loved Lakewood Park. He loved cycling with his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. This was important to him because he wanted other families to be able to experience the sheer joy we had on these trails. It was important to him because he was adamant about not letting the few with self-serving interests outweigh the benefits of the entire town of Tecumseh. Throughout history, change and improvement are usually challenging and can spark debate and resistance. I look to you, our elected community leaders, to make the right decision for our town. Make the decision that will not only promote safe options for active transportation and recreation, but also add to the overall curb appeal and property values of our beautiful Riverside Drive. Make the decision based on reason and common sense. I want you to know that if you proceed with this proposal, I can assure you that you will see many people of all ages utilizing and enjoying this trail for many years to come. The enjoyment and benefits realized far outlast the inconvenience of moving landscaping features or having changes to easement. This will be your legacy. I imagine a very near future that children can ride safely on their bikes with their families to Lakewood Park, and for couples to spend a beautiful day cycling all the way along Riverside Drive without reaching a dead zone. It is within your power to make this vision of the future a reality. It's also within your power to set a precedent and design a future for our town that encourages people of all ages to unplug, put the phone down, put the iPad down, and get outside and get active. Please have the fortitude and resolve to make the right decision in the best interest of the entire community that you serve. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Levac, for your comments. Next is resident Ms. Melanie Loudon or Loden.
Hi, I'm Melanie Loudon. I'm a teacher with the public board, and I live on Hayes Avenue near the popular and busy Lakewood Park. I'm here to speak in favor of extending the trail. There are many benefits to extending the trail, as we see from the number of speakers here today. I will take a few minutes to talk about one special group of Tecumseh residents, our children. Extending the trail will benefit children both now and throughout their lifetimes in many ways. RTSG Neuroscience, affiliated with McMaster University in Hamilton, and scientists from Stanford University in California performed a study in 2015 that followed 47 children with ADHD who ranged from ages 11 to 14. After a month of cycling daily before school, students showed improved brain activity and increased attention span. A Danish study of 20,000 children ages 5 to 19, called the Mass Experiment 2012, and a part of that country's annual large-scale mass experiment, showed that children who walked or cycled before school had higher concentration levels. Those levels lasted at least 4 hours and had a greater impact than having a healthy breakfast or lunch. Denmark consistently places at or near the top of the United Nations Happiness Index. Canada, by the way, slipped to number 15 this year. A 2018 public health study in Britain looked at over 2,100 children. It found, regardless of ethnic background, gender, or socioeconomic status, that cycling, walking, or other self-transit means significantly lowered body mass. Study after study around the world shows the impact of physical activity on medical issues, including heart attacks, strokes, and even cancers for people of all ages. Especially important to note is the role that physical activity helps in preventing type 2 diabetes, which is unfortunately on the rise in children in Canada and throughout the world. Mental health is another aspect to consider. The Mayo Clinic asserts that physical activity, not just formal exercise programs, releases endorphins, which enhances one's sense of self and well-being, promotes social interaction, and improves coping skills. It is recommended that children get 60 minutes of exercise daily, but few children achieve that. A trip along the trail extension will mean more exercise for children, a fun family bonding activity, a chance to get to know Tecumseh better, and the development of good habits that will last a lifetime. A study by 2 University of Toronto professors found that cities and towns that had a high number of cyclists had a very strong correlation to high levels of education, high levels of income, high levels of creativity, and high levels of happiness. Biking and walking help to foster a community spirit and a feeling of unity. Please do what will benefit all current and future citizens of Tecumseh and proceed with extending the trail.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loudon, for your comments. Next is Mr. Ken Lowenza, also a resident of the town of Tecumseh.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and administrative staff. First of all, I want to, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. But at the same time, I want to recognize Paul's Pizer and the excellent reports put out by the administrative team and the professional consultants. And I just want to reflect on something that I heard them say over and over again, that although they recognize the importance of connecting the trail and, filling that gap that they spoke about, the reality is they said it wasn't going to be perfect, and it's not perfect. So I really listened hard to some of the residents that lived on the drive that expressed concerns. And I tried to find some of the perhaps best arguments that I could be sympathetic towards around their position. And perhaps one of the best ones I heard was when John mentioned the fact that, Riverside Drive could be redone in the future. And that would make sense in terms of efficiencies of scale and costing and doing it right. That was the best argument. But I also recognize from my time being on council that it's really about weighing out priorities and really being realistic about when that type of work would actually be completed in the first place. Everything else I heard seemed like, what they were doing was putting things so far into the future or putting the burden so heavy on council that the reality is we wouldn't be able to see that type of trail go forward. One of the things that I heard from the residents that was kind of a little upsetting, which, and I feel bad for them, and it was again a resident on Riverside Drive that spoke about, the bullying or some of the harassment for having their position that they had on their front lawn, as obviously that's not something that anyone should tolerate. And at this time, we should be thinking about how we should be having more respectful engagement with one another and thinking about how we can rebuild our communities, rebuild our relationships with one another, and think about how we can build communities for the future. At the same time, I can say that I've walked on the east side and the west side from L'Esperance and Manning. And if you really talk to the residents that have the trails that go through, not only does it look better, it really is just it seems like it really is a comfortable environment. And I think it's a gem to the community. One of the things I think it's important to mention, and again, even thinking back to our history, is actually thinking about the people that came before us, that even in Windsor, that decided that we were going to keep our riverfront open. So we were going to keep it free of development so that the whole people and community could enjoy that land. And we all have to admit that that brings a tremendous amount of pride to people living in our region about what that type of asset brings to our community. And to members of council and the mayor, I want to congratulate you, because when I see the excellent work that you've done with the trails, the work that you've done at Lakewood and the river and the work that you've done in front of the riverfront there is impressive. I think it's a gem. When people come into the town of Tecumseh, it's something that I'm showing them, and it's something to be proud of. But I want to be completely honest in saying that when they have seen the disconnectivity of the trail on Riverside Drive, it's obviously something that needs work. In terms of the trails, I just want to say, to the neighbors, when people talked about I heard someone make comment about their dream home and their property and building their home. And I recognize that. But at the same time, when you look at council's job is to weigh and to have a balance between, building the community for the whole community, and also recognizing the needs of the residents that could be potentially, affected through the type of changes that are being proposed. And obviously, you just have to look at the work that's been done to know in full confidence that I believe that our council will provide the leadership to ensure that those types of considerations, as they claimed, were going to be taken into consideration. And my last comment is if you think about our community and our region, and perhaps everywhere else in the world, whenever people are talking about putting sidewalks on their front lawn, there's always a group of people that always steps forward and says, not in my backyard. And the reality is when you think about the type of challenges that we face moving into the future, as big as these types of questions seem today, they're actually relatively small in the grand scheme of things, where we really have to start thinking about how we could really start to address how we can make our communities more livable, more sustainable, and something that our kids will be proud to inherit. And I just want to say to members of council, and mostly to all of the delegates that spoke tonight, but when I think of the residents that come and spoke forward on behalf of the community interest, I want to thank them tremendously as well, because the reality is, again, moving into the future, we're going to need people like them more now than ever in terms of how we can make our communities a better place when you think of the type of challenges that we have moving forward. So again, I just want to thank council for, again, this opportunity. I look forward to seeing this trail done as soon as possible in a way that best meets the needs of all residents living in our region, and also respects the interests of people living on Riverside Drive as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duenza. Next, it's Mr. Benjamin Nakota, also a resident of the community.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor McNamara. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to set my iPhone timer at 4 minutes and 55 seconds. I'm the guy who put it in the group chat to stay on task. It would be hypocritical of me otherwise. So 4 minutes, 55 seconds starting now. Good evening, Mr. Mayor McNamara and Honorable Town Council members. I'm speaking to you today to voice my support for extending the Ganacho Trail and plugging the gap, as we've heard a lot about tonight. I grew up in Tecumseh, but moved away for undergrad in 2008. The pandemic is what brought me back here for an extended period of time for the first time since then.
You in favor of the trail or not?
I am in favor of extending the trail.
As soon as possible.
Pardon? Oh, sorry, that was someone else. Excuse me. I've been impressed with the extent to which the town has embraced building infrastructure like this. I'm thinking of stuff like the lane on L'Esperance Drive, and even the city of Windsor extending the Little River Corridor. When I heard that they were thinking about building this gap, I thought it was a phenomenal idea. I live off Lacoste Boulevard, and even though I live in Tecumseh, I feel more comfortable cycling out of my community into Windsor than I do cycling within it. I think creating this integrated network is absolutely imperative for our town. Now, I think that the coronavirus pandemic has made it clear to everyone the extent to which we all need to get out of our homes, spend time outside, and be active. The pandemic has certainly taken a toll on everyone's physical, mental, and emotional health. Exercise is a miracle drug as it relates to health, as we've heard tonight. But to make matters worse, for most of this pandemic, gyms and fitness centers have been closed. I am an avid gym user, and being unable to spend time outside walking, jogging, or biking has contributed to my well-being throughout this pandemic. Unfortunately, I do think this pandemic will lead to many negative long-term changes. Large sections of the economy that have moved to remote working environments may not return to in-person ones. With the risk of the home space and the workplace becoming interchangeable, spending time outside is essential. Now, I had more prepared, but I wanted to respond to some of the things that I heard tonight before closing with an anecdote. What I was a little bit, I don't know what adjective I want. I was a little bit upset or disturbed when I heard someone talk about tiers of taxpayers. There are no tiers of taxpayers. There are no second-class taxpayers. There are no second-class citizens. Everyone who lives in Tecumseh deserves to have a say in whether or not this trail is built and how it is built. I heard a lot from people against the trail about citizen rights. I did not hear a lot about citizen duties. I did not hear in their talk about safety. Their alternative that we continually heard pitched was build a sidewalk. I didn't hear many people talk about how they would adjust their driving accordingly. Many people in Tecumseh live, this is a community with many young families. Many of us live in houses with sidewalks in front of them. We live with neighbors with small children and families. And I'm sorry, but whenever you back out of your driveway, you should be looking out and backing out very slowly and very carefully anyways. I particularly like what Ken said about perfect. And I was reminded of the words of the philosopher Voltaire. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think that there is something very true to that. I would also point out that the pro-trail side has made many accommodations, including these 3 studies to try and find the greatest compromise. And again, I do not hear a lot of talk of duty or accommodations coming from the people who are opposed to the trail. I would like to close with an anecdote from my own life. In Easter of 2019, my parents came to visit me when I was living in New York City and doing my PhD. My dad is an avid cyclist, and we decided to cycle around the island of Manhattan, all 50 kilometers of it. Aside from a few gaps, we were able to cycle around the entire perimeter on a separated, paved, multi-use path on the most densely populated and built-up island in the United States. Surely, with the space we have in southwestern Ontario, we can afford to build a path along the entire waterfront of the town of Tecumseh. Thank you so much. I have 20 minutes. I have 20 seconds to spare if someone wants to ask me some questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nakota, for certainly your comments. And we'll make sure that they're all included within the minutes of our meeting.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
Next, I'd like to call upon Ms. Hannah Ruth, who's also a resident.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me and staying on so long. I know it's kind of late now. I'll be speaking to a few points that have been brought up tonight, most specifically the impact on cycling infrastructure and COVID-19 and what other municipalities are doing, and the cost of the trail. I heard many residents concerned about their taxes going up. I just want to let everybody know that the federal government has recently announced $400 million to support active infrastructure. And this is something the town of Tecumseh can apply for. And hopefully they would be successful in that grant. Now, we can't guarantee anything, but that funding is available for municipalities, and that would help alleviate the burden on taxpayers in this town. Now, my second point is with cycling and COVID, as you heard from many other people tonight, more people are cycling, and we've seen that on the roads. More commuters now walk or bike to work than take public transit, and that was reported by Statistics Canada in the summertime. In Toronto, cycling infrastructure, so they did open streets in the summertime, effectively increased low stress population and job accessibility by respectively 10.4% and 22.3%. And when looking at where that was implemented, it was most successful in areas where new infrastructure was linked with pre-existing networks. So we can see that in the town of Tecumseh by implementing the Ganacho Trail extension that we are connecting not only the Ganacho Trail, Lakewood Park, but also the infrastructure moving out towards Lakeshore, which many cyclists are using, and it's become more of a family-friendly place to ride, especially with the implementation of the bike lanes along Old Tecumseh Road. So collectively, Tecumseh can meet the changing needs for our community by increasing connectivity by extending this trail. And there's also a changing preference in transportation type that we need to look towards long term. People under the age of 35 are less likely to own a car. And I can send you all the citations for this as well. People aged 16 to 34 drove 23% less on average in 2009 than they did in 2001. And we see these trends continuing. Young people like myself, I have my full license, but I choose to share a car with my sister because I prefer to bike places, and I would rather not spend an absurd amount of money on car insurance and the other associated costs with a car when I can choose an eco-friendly option and be active while moving my body. And considering both of these things, if we want to continue attracting young professionals and families to Tecumseh, we need to consider these alternative transportation models. Now, my final point is that we should be removing barriers to active transportation in our community. There are three main barriers for walking and cycling for families, and they are environmental factors, safety, and social and planning factors. By extending the trail on Riverside Drive, we're able to effectively mitigate two of those factors, the environmental and safety concerns, because we're creating a safe space for families to ride their bikes together where they don't have to worry about being hit by cars and can go whatever pace they would like to go. And I also have another point that I would like to raise. I heard a lot of residents saying that, oh, the speedy cyclists are not going to be using this trail. And yeah, that's true. They're not going to be using the trail because trails are designed for people who are going under 20 kilometers an hour, and it's actually considered dangerous for them to be using the trail otherwise. And most cyclists know that. And most cyclists, like myself, that go at high speeds, over 30 kilometers an hour, they're comfortable riding on the roads. And this trail isn't designed for them. It's designed for our families to have a safe way to connect throughout the community. And I think it's really important we think about that as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Anna, for your comments. All right, well, now call upon Kathy Petrie, also a resident. All right, is Kathy? Okay, well, if she comes back on, and that we'll put her back in line. Next is Mr. Dean Moray.
Hello.
Hello, there we go.
Hi, hello, Mayor McNamara, councilors, and viewers. My name is Dean Morey. I live in Tecumseh, and I am in favor of a multi-use trail in this section. I'm a lifetime cyclist, commuter to work, worked at Ford all my career, 10 years member of the East Side Riders Cycling Club, and a cycle tourist who's crossed Canada on my bicycle and have done a lot of other tours. And in my retirement, one who wants to ride for my fitness. From the Tecumseh town line to Manning Road, a multi-use trail on the south side of the road is not the best place to have the continuation of the Ganacho Trail. With 6 intersections per kilometer, not to mention all the driveways, this would make this section of the trail dangerous for cyclists. If the town is looking to put in a multi-use trail along Riverside Drive, there's no question that it is safer to put the multi-use trail on the north side where there are 0 intersections. was also mentioned in the town presentation that the multi-use trail is for all ages and abilities. And like Hannah just mentioned, and also Lori mentioned, bike lane is it's not for a bike lane is no, I'm sorry. Becerra had mentioned that bike lanes were not for everybody, but anyway, I'm getting confused here a little bit. The bike path is meant for all ages and abilities, but I don't agree with that because cyclists are not allowed on a bike path at the speeds I ride. A multi-use trail is not for all cyclists because Ontario law prohibits riding over 20 kilometers an hour on a trail. And I, for one, do not ride at that speed along with many other commuters and cyclists. And as Hannah had mentioned, we have all walked on multi-use trails and had cyclists ride dangerously fast next to pedestrians. High-speed vehicles should not be on the pathway, but on the road. A bike lane is for all cyclists, contrary to Becerra's comment. Once a rider has enough control of his or her bicycle, obviously you don't send kids that don't know how to ride a bike next to traffic in a bike lane. And if I were a cycling commuter, as Lori mentioned earlier, I would not want to ride my bike, get up to speed, and have to stop 6 times per kilometer, which is what I need to do on this portion of the multi-use trail because of the intersections. I will always choose to ride on the road where it has been proven to have 25-to-1 fewer accidents and 40-to-1 fewer accidents with a bike lane compared to riding on the sidewalk. But because there is a pathway next to the roadway, as an experienced cyclist, I have experienced a lot more road rage towards me whenever there's a pathway next to the road. If there were a bike lane, there would be no conflict with motorists and no road rage towards the cyclists. In looking at the presentation, it has examples of multi-use trails in the county, but none of them have 6 intersections and 33 driveways per kilometer. Paul used St. Clair Drive in Stony Point as a comparison. He mentioned over 100 driveways, but failed to mention that it's twice the distance and only half the driveways per kilometer. 1 intersection on St. Clair Drive compared to 6 intersections per kilometer on Riverside Drive. Windsor is in its plans as the Riverside Vista project and passed by council to have a bike lane from the Ambassador Bridge all the way to the town of Tecumseh along Riverside Drive. Most recently, a section was done between Lausanne and Riverdale. The Riverside Vista project also includes a bike lane in the section along the Ganacho Trail, recognizing that you need both. Lakeshore has just finished their bike lane from Brighton Road along Old Tecumseh Road all the way to the Sandbar Restaurant. Now we need connectivity and continuity between Windsor and Lakeshore. A bike lane in the future with physical room for cyclists on the road complemented with a multi-use trail on the north side of Riverside Drive with no intersections or business pinch points, which we have at Les Bronx, would be the best and safest for all. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Murray. All right, our final delegation tonight is Ms. Jennifer Imlay. I don't know if she's still on or not. I'll go back to Kathy Petrie, if she's still on. I see Jennifer Imlay's name on the second sheet. So Jen, are you still on? Okay. Well, while if she does come on, I'll certainly allow her to certainly speak. So at this stage here, members of council, I'll open it up to council if you have any questions or certainly comments. Deputy Mayor Joe Bacchetti.
Thank you, your mayor. Just a couple questions to one maybe to administration or to the consultants. Mr. Bazir and Ms. Winter, thank you again for the detailed report and the explanation this evening. And first and foremost, thank you to the delegates this evening. Obviously, this is one of the longest meetings that our council that I can recall. Just goes to show the fact that it was important that we did it on a separate evening. So that we could hear all the residents in terms of their input. And again, I look forward to the next process where we place this on the public docket for Place Speak, where we can get more input on that. So thank you again to administration for allowing this process to unfold and allowing residents, delegates to speak this evening. Question for Mr. Bazir, Ms. Winter, in terms of the options presented, there's one that I don't know if it mimics or mirrors what Lakeshore did on Old Tecumseh Road. They did a CWATS. It was designated a CWATS tour or route, and obviously they did a reconstruction there. But in terms of what they did there with the paved shoulders and sidewalk, is there a hybrid of the options that you presented this evening, or is that another possibility to consider?
I can comment quickly on that, and then Andrea would be better suited to fill the gaps, I think. I did look at hybrid options. And when we look at the main concern being, when we cut right to the chase, the main concern is the distance between the edge of the trail and the people's houses along Riverside Drive. If you widen the shoulder by say 5 or 6 feet, and then you provide a sidewalk of 4 or 5 feet, you end up about the same distance from the people's houses as you do with the trail we're proposing. There is some benefit of providing a hybrid situation because it helps more people to achieve their riding. However, that was it's a much more expensive situation because it requires a reconstruction of the road than what we're proposing at this point. There's no doubt in my mind that it makes sense for the future, but the size of that expenditure is huge, and I just don't think it's financially feasible at this point in time. But I'd ask Andrea to kick in there as well.
Through your mayor to Deputy Mayor, my response is primarily related to similar to what Paul's bringing up, but also the fact that you don't want families, you're not to be cycling on a sidewalk. And I know people do it everywhere, but promoting it as cycling on a sidewalk is a concern to me. So if you're going to spend the effort and the design and the money, etc., if you put the multi-use trail as phase 1 of this option and leave yourself the option in the future for an ultimate build with additional cycling lanes, you actually address it full on for all access, all ages and abilities ultimately, versus doing it this way. But right now, again, if you do this, you will actually have a greater hard surface and larger area to drain than you would with just one of the options too. And there'll be a lot more, quite a bit higher expense to do this option. It's there are some design considerations too that we looked at as to why that wasn't our preferred option, but we had considered it through the process.
Okay, and just to follow up, Mr. Bartnick.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, just to build on Ms. Winter's comments. So the proposed location of the trail does give flexibility in the future to kind of phase this approach, as Ms. Winter indicated, because of the separation from the road, right? So there would be less throwaway costs. The trail could exist while the road is actually reconstructed with those cycling facilities. I did want to address one issue that, or one theme that kept reoccurring with respect to the reconstruction of the road and the timing. So every 5 years, the town does a roads needs study. We recently completed one in 2019. We actually hired a new company, Street Scan, and they're highly promoted through LAS. We had some really good success with them. They had identified through that study that there was only a few segments of Riverside Drive that were in need of repair between the 6 and 10 year period. As we can acknowledge, it would be nice to reconstruct Riverside Drive to an urban cross section and include some of these additional facilities. However, it is not included in our 5-year capital plan as of right now. And I would probably suggest that it might even be, closer to the 10-year plan. We do have quite the number of capital projects here in the next 6 to 7 years, especially with the DMAF grant funding that we did receive for the $27 million project for those 3 pumping stations in St. Clair Beach. But I wanted to make a point of clarification on the timing of the road reconstruction.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. And as a follow-up, I'm for all for cycling and improving trails. That was one of the issues that I ran in previous elections. We need to do a better job with cycling. If we don't build that infrastructure, you're not going to have people cycling. They don't feel safe. I'm talking not the experienced riders. I'm talking, the group, the Tecumseh Windsor Slow Ride group. I'm talking the teenagers that ride their bikes to school. They need safe routes within. So CWATS obviously is a whole regional approach, but locally, internally, if we could provide safe infrastructure, and when I use that word infrastructure, that design could be different, varied, that will allow people of all ages to get around town. In terms of options, again, I don't know if this is going to come back, but with input now, when the final report comes in, we talked about, and I use the example of Les Bronce Road. We know that that's another trail project that's taking place south of EC Row from County Road 22 to County Road 42. And so there's going to be another project undertaken by the town asking for public feedback. So that's great news. We need to celebrate that. And again, I'm sure we'll be going through a similar process. If you look at Les Bronce, going back to when it was before pre-amalgamation, one of the reasons I ran was Les Bronce Road was a rural section. There were no sidewalks. And living and growing up on Les Bronce Road, south of the expressway, I felt, why is the township not upgrading this road and putting sidewalks, making it safe? And so there was a group, if you go down Les Bronce, and if you're familiar with the area just south of CP Tracks, there was a group of residents that wanted a sidewalk for safety so bad, but the council of the day said that they were going to reconstruct Les Bronce Road. They weren't sure the width of it. They weren't sure of the design. And Dylan, I remember, was part of that. And so the resident says, we don't want to wait anymore. They were waiting years, and they said, we need safety now. And if you go down that, they placed the sidewalk right up abutting to their property line where it's municipal. And if you see a sidewalk, it takes, it's almost like halfway up their yard. It looks awful. And you've got, I would say at least 25, 30 feet of green space. And I know Mayor McNamara, you drive by there all the time, that stretch between South Pacific and Shields. And so there's a sidewalk now, you've got all that green space, the design comes in, the road here, now you've got this design. So is there an option, Mr. Brazier or Mr. Bartnick, to also consider again, providing the cycling infrastructure for safety, where you do a temporary trail that buys you time so that in 10 years you can do the full build out when the reconstruction comes, similar to what we did on Intersection Road, again, by Les Bronx here off of Banwell, was a road that needs to be reconstructed, but we put minimal gravel just to buy us 5, 6, 7, 8 years. That road has to be reconstructed. But that temporary sidewalk, you see a lot of pedestrians now feeling safe. And I know Councillor Houston, that's your area as well. A lot of people are out walking and they use that. So again, I want more options. I look forward to the public having more feedback. But if there's a possibility of adding a couple of those hybrid options, I'd like to consider that and see that as well with cost. Again, obviously, doing things, trying to predict the future. But if we're going towards that 8 to 10 year plan, and Mr. Bartnick mentioned it's not even in our master plan, is there another hybrid option besides the 6 that we've seen tonight? So thank you again, everyone. Those are my comments for now.
Yeah, I just want to just add to the point too, is that we have to be cognizant of the fact that Premier of the AODA regulations, as well as we start building that infrastructure, even if it's temporary. You got to make sure that it's wheelchair accessible, it's walker accessible. All of that has to play into it. So we have to be cognizant of that fact. So, and there are a lot of things that we did 10, 15 years ago that just don't meet the standards, now. So as we move forward, we'll have to really be cognizant of the fact that all of those components in the community have to be accessible certainly as we move forward. I'm gonna still look at Councillor Altenhoff.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to everyone. I know we're 10:30 now, so it's been a long time, but to all the individuals who participated this evening, thank you, and your passion and interest in this is very much appreciated. It's really amazing to hear some of the voices and some of the stories, because I myself, I grew up in this area. I'm an avid cyclist, a road cyclist. I've been cycling Riverside Drive for 25 years. So I can tell you, at the intersection of Barrie and Riverside Drive on my road bike, I have to veer over about 8 inches because there's this interesting little pothole when I approach St. Pierre and Riverside Drive. I know I've got to get into pretty well the road lane because there's a big swath of kind of retard area that's unfortunately somewhat been pitting. So I've seen this, and I've seen some of the comments. We've also seen some of the input from the plethora of emails we've received, which is, again, very good to see. But the first question I have is for the consultants. Certainly we have an idea of what the road users, or let me just say the users are for kind of the future and now. But what is the current demographics of the users? How many roads, sorry, maybe to clarify this, along that stretch of road, how many runners do we see? How many road cyclists do we see? How many casual cyclists do we see?
I don't know that that's information that we have easily available, but I can tell you that we would take a little different twist on it. What will be there will be what the people that we design for. So if we design a trail which is a good trail for families, for young children and moms and dads to be out there, that's who will use the trail and that's who will be there. If we do a commuter trail, it will be men and women on their way to work, and they're looking for the quickest route. So there's to some extent, we decide that by the design.
Okay.
Yeah, I also have the advantage of working on your parks master plan, as you know, and I do know that we have a great demand in Tecumseh for people looking to walk and jog and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think we can provide for that on this particular piece of property, and that's sort of the intent.
I put, and through your worship, I do put kind of walkers or runners kind of within the same category.
Yeah.
You know, those using their feet, if you will. But, you know, I can speak on my personal experience over these 25 years that, you know, there's a good track of people, and I'd really like to know the stats, that are avid road cyclists. And I know it was mentioned, I think, by Mr. Morris, as well as Ms. Ruth, I think. The current trail certainly is not one that's conducive of avid road cyclists, or the one that's proposed, the current proposal. And I would hate to see, you know, after 25 years, status quo for a pretty good group of people that use Riverside Drive to get out to Lakeshore. And I do give Lakeshore credit, and I know is articulated by the deputy mayor. And I think it's referred to as your kind of your option 5, where there's really a road. And then I think Lakeshore has implemented a bit of a buffer zone. And then depending upon whether you're on the north or south side, there's a cycling trail. And then juxtaposed to that, again, depending upon where you're at on the length of it, there's a multi-purpose trail. And in my experience, you know, once you hit Lakeshore, it's a completely different environment. I've seen, you know, on the trail, I've seen cars, I've seen road cyclists, I've seen multi-user, or casual cyclists, as well as, you know, at the same time, scooters and wheelchairs. So I think we've got a very good example of something to the east of us that really, I think we wish to link to. So I would encourage, like the deputy mayor indicated, I would encourage something like that. I know it's bigger costs, but just the fact that we've had such incredible input from our residents and such a desire to really see an extension to the trail, I think they would be happy to perhaps see an increase in taxes to enjoy a trail system that could be used by everyone, you know, from walkers all the way up to almost professional road cyclists. One question for administration: on the north side of Riverside Drive, we know that there's that shoulder that's, you know, quasi-paved in some cases, aggregate put down, there's some stone. Is that a load-bearing surface?
Mr. Bartnick?
Thank you, through you, your worship. Difficult to say, Councillor Altenhoff. You know, I think over the years, you know, the granular material has been replaced time and time again. There have been some residents that have come forward and paved the boulevard area in front of their place for parking or for additional usage, or just to, you know, perhaps just to get rid of the granular material.
Because I see, and excuse me for interrupting, but I see it, if it is load bearing, you know, it begs the question, let's use it for this purpose. You know, and especially if it's a significant amount to it, that certainly gives us more room to consider design options, and something that I hope, you know, can be coming forth. The other point, the last point I wish to make here, and, you know, I really thought about this, you know, the whole purpose of our meeting is really to put out something that we can enjoy nature, we can enjoy these trails, we can enjoy the environment that's given to us. But I just want us to all ask the question, are we really being good stewards to the land, to the region that's kind of given to us? If we do have some available room on that north side, which we could potentially exploit for some options, and it may relieve some of this green space that we'll have to kind of tack into on the south side, it is being good stewards to that land usage. And I would, you know, I would hate to see, because, you know, let's do it with with the thoughts, of course, there's going to be costs, but we have to be mindful of our future and being good stewards to the land that has been given to us. And that's something, the more I think about it, I really believe we need to push it, because if once we build on the south side further south, we're not going to, most likely, we won't return that to green space. It could happen, but just be mindful of that. So I just provide some of these comments for input, but again, I really want to appreciate everyone's comments and thank you.
Hey, Margaret, I think you had your hand up.
I did, Mr. Mayor, but in the interest of time, I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Houston.
I'll actually, Councilor Dowie had his hand up a couple times, so I'll let him go
I don't have him on my screen, so.
Okay, yep. I'll let Councilor Dowie go first.
He put up, his hand at the, so I can actually see it. But go ahead, Councilor Dowie.
Thank you, Worship. And
sorry about that.
Oh, no, not a problem. I know it's getting late. I want to be mindful of everyone's time. I certainly want to thank all the delegates for their presentations. It's certainly given me a lot to think about. There are two things that I wanted to raise this evening. One, I think is more directed to both Andrea and Paul. Maybe I'll start with that. It has to do with the cycle track consideration. I have seen in Essex County that roads have been rebuilt, specifically County Road 20, without having to reconstruct the entire road. And a cycle track had been added, and it looks like it may not even have been branded as a cycle track, but rather open to pedestrians as well as cycling by not signing it as such. I was hoping to get maybe an opinion on doing something like that, or what, whether there's wisdom in doing that, following the county's lead, or not. So just, I was hoping that you may be able to elaborate on that point with the investigation that you made.
Through your worship, I'll address that one first. So officially, you can pave shoulders and they're paved, right? But it's not advised, and it's even less advised in the new guidelines for Book 18. Book 18, through its latest revisions, really does promote that you want to create motorist and other users separation. And so therefore, if you're doing a cycle track, you could do it right beside, but without that curbing put in, you really aren't creating a cycle track. You're just creating a wider paved shoulder option. And it's actually considered within the new guidelines, more of a temporary infrastructure. And so you could do it, but it would be what's considered temporary. And therefore, that's why it's more advised to do it with the curbing. Can you do it with the existing road? Not easily. You're in a reconstruction area. You don't have a lot of grade. You're going to have to look at, soon as you, right now you have a rural cross section and you're trying to, the drainage naturally goes off to the edges, right? As soon as you put a curb in the place, now you've got to put in your catch basins, et cetera, to collect that water. And then you have to put in secondary infrastructure to collect what you've now built for the cycle track as well. And so the price would jump significantly above the infrastructure that's proposed right now. And that would be the primary reason why I would advise against simply the paved shoulder versus the cycle track option, in that it's temporary infrastructure more under the new guidelines or proposed new guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is actually for the administration. And it has to do with maybe a bit less on the technical and more on the risk side. I am in receipt of a flyer that was circulated in the neighborhood. And certainly when it was delivered, a multitude of residents sent it my way. And they were a bit, I guess the commentary on that flyer was, that really are saying, are you really this reckless? Because I think the language on the flyer, I have it on my screen. It says something that council is not paying attention to the risks. I guess the money quote is, town council has decided that the risks are minor and can be ignored by undertaking this consultation. So I guess my question to the administration is this: at what point is it a fair risk assessment with respect to look at a planning stage? I'm not talking about detailed design, but at a planning stage, to look at the various issues that come into play. That, you know, when it's an individual property's grade or a very specific situation, is this the time at the planning stage when you're just deciding what kind of facility is to go in to really answer these questions that are very specific and can only be answered when you get deep into the weeds? Are we really having a dereliction of duty by not having very specific and frank answers with each and every one of the affected residents before we decide on a facility type? And maybe just also some general comments on the flyer, as I know the town staff have seen it as well.
Mr. Bartnick? I want to put you on the hot seat here.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Dowie, for your question. So I think, you know, just on the flyer itself in general, and perhaps some commentary on the process here to date. So I think one of the biggest challenges as part of this project thus far has been, you know, the amount of misinformation that has circulated out there, whether it's on websites, flyers, elsewhere. And some of that information is being presented out of context to suit specific narratives. Specifically, you know, that the town or the consultant hasn't done our due diligence with respect to the recommendations presented here tonight. In my opinion, you know, this is an extremely dangerous position that they're taking. You know, I would argue the town has completed, or I would like to highlight, the town has completed numerous studies, master plans, through professional engineering consultants. I've listed them earlier this evening. You know, these studies and master plans have identified the need for a multi-use trail on that section of Riverside Drive. You know, the steps taken to date by the town have followed pretty much the normal process and is consistent with best practices for this type of project. You know, we appreciate that, you know, there's a full range of views and perspectives on the proposal. And this is pretty much in common with many of the new infrastructure programs that do go in, you know, whether it's a trail or a widening of a road. You know, these are some of the comments that we do see. I believe the consultant's presentation this evening speaks to the process followed, you know, provides adequate rationale supporting their decisions and final recommendations, and addresses and responds, you know, to most of the concerns raised. There may be one or two, you know, during this Q&A period where we may have to go back and just double check, but for the most part, I feel that it has addressed. So it's definitely concerning when we see that type of information being circulated out there. Going back to perhaps your first question on specific details on properties, you know, whether it's impacts of driveways or specific landscaping. So we do at the planning stage or the conceptual stage, we do try to take that into account at a high level. Obviously, as you get further into the detailed design, you're able to drill down and clearly identify you know, what landscaping needs to be replaced, what trees can be salvaged, you know, what mitigation efforts can go into that final design to ensure a safe active transportation facility while trying to address some of the site constraints and concerns of the adjacent neighbors. So, you know, as we proceed with the detailed design of the facility, more information comes forward, and that would typically get, you know, we would typically consult with the adjacent residents during the detailed design and throughout construction as well. You know, we do recognize that they put a lot of effort into their front lawns, into the boulevard in front of their house as well. And so I think there would be actions taken to remove and relocate and try to reestablish some of the items that that would be impacted as part of the project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barney. Anyone, Councillor Houston?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I had a couple questions. They were pretty much answered, through the questions of other members of council. The one just for a little clarification, the trail as it's proposed today, will any of that trail be lost through reconstruction of Riverside Drive down the road in the, that I believe like the 8 to 10 year time frame that we were given? If the proposal went through, would any of the design as we see it today be lost through any of the reconstruction of Riverside Drive?
Ms. Winters? Or Mr. Bartnick, or hands are
I'll
flying.
take the hit for Phil. The reality is there's one section that is really tight, and that's the 130 meters that I referred to during the presentation. And when you're thinking ahead as far as a road reconstruction, where's going to be the tightest pinch point? That point. That's going to be the closest, because depending on if you're changing a horizontal alignment throughout that section or you're changing a curve, that would be where it's the tightest. Reality is, this is why, as part of our proposal, we have tried for multiple reasons to separate the multi-use trail as far away from the road as possible. Number one is safety. So it's physical separation from motorized vehicles. But number two is definitely part of this thought of ultimate construction and immediate project. So immediate project, you don't want to have to redo, right? You want the full lifespan to actually occur for that infrastructure. And so we're trying to keep it as separated as far as possible, such that in the future, when you're doing any reconstruction, really realistically, I think that would be your one section that I would say potentially would be at risk, would be that closest section to your existing road. The other sections, we've got it as far away as we can. We only have certain width of right of way, and if we're going as far out on the right of way as we can, we really can't go any further than that as far as a precaution. Or we do get into what Councillor or Deputy Mayor was saying previously, where you don't want to put it too far out and then think that the road is going to be a lot wider in the future. So we're trying to be responsible and maintain as much as we can for the long run. Now I can let Phil add if he wishes.
Actually, I just want to add one thing. The only other place I can think of is where the trail comes to intersections. So it's the same sort of principle. As you get closer to the road, the likelihood of having to change something is there. So every time the road trail comes to an intersection, you run the risk that a small section will have to be redone just to meet the new grade, meet the new road profile, that sort of thing. So, but just short sections.
Thank you. And, the trail being 2,180 meters, only 130 meters, in jeopardy, that's like 6% of the entire trail. So that was my only question. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Houston. Any further questions or comments? I don't know if Phil, there anything you want to close, but
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councillor Tonio.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank everybody for their presentation, all our citizens that passionately gave us their statements. Good job. Listened to, did a lot of notes here, more than I did in high school. Anyway, after policing this town for 30 years, I've driven down that street up and down for years. I watched our town grow, the intersections grow bigger and bigger, changing. But in the end, we've always done it safely through meetings like this, through our administration and dialogue. And I think we can get to a common ground here where we can appease all the people involved. And one thought I had, and I'm sorry if it's already been brought up, is moving just adding more asphalt a little bit north, putting 2 bike lanes and a sidewalk on the north side. Don't know if makes sense or not, but that's the thought I think could fit or not fit. But I'm sure there's safety factors and all those other things. And this question doesn't have to be answered right now. It's just a thought that I wanted to bring forward to Mr. Bezier. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councilor Tonio. Phil, I don't know if you've got anything that you'd like to bring forward.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Just one other issue that I wanted to touch on. I think it was mentioned maybe once or twice, but the costs or the estimated cost for the project. So, I just wanted to advise that, whether it's this trail or any other capital works project that we're working on, as we move through the process of preliminary design, detailed design, and tendering, we're constantly refining those estimates and those budgetary estimates. One of the biggest factors in costs, I think, that we have found over the years is timing of tendering during the year. And you want to try and do it early so you can get the most competitive bid. And I think we've been very successful over the last number of years. And I think council has seen lots of low prices coming in on our infrastructure projects. So, as we go through the process, you will see the numbers change and flex as more information becomes available and the scope gets refined. But one of the biggest items would be timing of tendering. So, and that was my last comment I wanted to make. So.
Yeah. So in other words, you don't tender in August. January is the time in that. Okay, if there's no further comments in that, I want to take this opportunity to first thank everyone, and I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Bezier and Ms. Winter, for staying here for the 4 hours. To all the delegations, I personally want to thank all of you. And this is why I love Tecumseh. I mean, everybody has certainly a point that they want to bring forward. The one thing that, and to really, to tell you the truth, is the disappointment I had is some of the real raw comments that have been made in social media towards either group, uncalled for, and everybody's entitled to an opinion. And even some of the comments in terms, and I'm glad Councilor Dowie brought it up in terms of the pamphlet. I mean, council doesn't make decisions lightly. We weigh things very, very carefully. We have the experts, they're professional engineers. Our consultants are professionals with reputations and accountability. And it's critical. Any decisions that we make are based on that whole risk piece. Anything that we do, it's risk management is certainly a critical piece. Myself, my whole approach is at the end of the day is I take all of that information, from everyone, try to weigh in on it, and I lean on my administration and my staff and the consultants that we hire. It's to bring the expertise. I mean, there's 7 members of council that are here, and we're not experts in every aspect of delivering every service that we do. We depend on our administrative staff and as well as information that we gather from our residents and in terms of what the wants and needs and support that are there. This has been no doubt a very controversial issue for some, and but I hope as we move forward in this project that we tone down obviously the rhetoric to individuals. Everyone has a right to their opinion, and it's critical. And at the end, for me on a personal side, I will base my decision on the greater good of the whole community. I've always been, for the years that I've been on council, I made my decision based on what is the greater good. And I think you need to do that. So with that in mind, we've got a lot of work to do as members of council, and so is administration. There's been a lot, I've taken a lot of notes myself in that regards, but rest assured that the decision that council will make is, with everything that has been talked about in terms of safety and using best practices, in delivering this type of project will be there. And the other point, and the final point I want to make is that, like Riverside Drive and those connection of Ganacho Trail, look at that as a spine, as a main trunk, that's a main trail system. And what we're trying to do as a community as well is connect the north and south. And that's what we need to do. When you look at these alternative routes, like L'Esperance Road, for example, the deputy mayor alluded to that. We're also looking at connecting, trail on L'Esperance Road up to Town Hall from Riverside Drive. We need to have those connections in those points, because in the thought pattern and in even in the parks master plan is connecting our parks and those points of interest where families go, to exercise and do their gathering and their exercise and so forth. So look at, the east-west for us is basically a spine, and then everything feeding into that. And, there were comments made that some streets, there's no sidewalks. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that was the forefathers made a mistake when they developed subdivisions back in the day. Every new subdivision that is on the books in the last 20 years, there's sidewalks, and there will continue to be sidewalks. Even our county road 42 and the realignment with 43, that's a huge county project that we've worked very hard, and administration done unbelievable work. And I can tell you that that's going to connect the north-south County Road 2242 trail and through another park, which is McAuliffe Woods Conservation Area, Vista, St. Peter schools, as well as the Alexander Park, the little parkway along the railroad that's going to connect the new development in the Sylvester lands and the Valente lands and so forth. So the point is that there will be some trails there. It's not going to happen overnight, but if you look at the overall plan of the municipality in terms of the OP, which is a publicly served document that was introduced and to the general public for input, you will see through even the parks master plan is all those connection points happening. And so that's all part of the active transportation piece that are critical. The one common thread that I've seen tonight from everyone is active transportation is today and the future. I've got that from everybody. And that's a good thing. And so what we need to do now is put a plan in place and finalize it so that, the whole community can enjoy and certainly take part of that. So with that, folks, I want to say thank you for your input. And I'll leave it at be kind to each other. We're one, this is one community, and I'm extremely proud to be the mayor of this community because forward thinking, people are engaged, and that's good. That makes for building great communities and great neighborhoods. So with that, members of council, I'm going to end because I think we're in a minute. I'll be asking the clerk to amend the procedural bylaw, but we do have, if I count this right, 61, no more than that, 71 emails to be booked in for the minutes. So if I get a motion to receive the communication, 1 to 71, Councillor Tonio and Councillor Altenhoff, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that's carried. And members of council, there is a motion required for the receipt that the report of the Public Works Environmental Services 21-4 Riverside Drive Trail, Tecumseh Windsor Border Demanding Road Summary of Public Information Centers and recommendation be received, and that the report and the video recording of the April 8, 21 special council meeting be uploaded onto the town's Place Speak platform for the next 30 days to provide opportunity to receive further public input on said project. And further, that administration report back to council on the additional comments received and further and final recommendations for council's consideration. On that, moved by Deputy Mayor Becchetti and Councillor Jobin, support. All in favor? Oppose if any, that is carried. And members of council, administration, our delegation, Mr. Bezier, Ms. Winters, thank you for this evening. It was I believe, a good meeting, a long meeting. And so looking forward to the next 30 days, see what those public comments are coming forward. So once again, thank you for all the participants. I bid you good night. Be kind to each other, stay safe, and ride your bikes. So with that, I say good night.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Motion to adjourn. Councillor Altonoff and Councillor Tonio. All in favor? Oppose if any, that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the reminder. We are now adjourned.